Chapter 1. It was late summer time, and the perfume of flowers stole into the darkened room through the half-opened window. The sunlight forced its way through a chink in the blind, and stretched across the floor in strange zigzag fashion. From without came the pleasant murmur of bees and many lazier insects floating over the gorgeous flower beds, resting for a while on the clematis which had made the piazza a blaze of purple splendor. And inside, in a high-backed chair, there sat a man, his arms folded, his eyes fixed steadily upon vacancy. As he sat then, so had he sat for a whole day and a whole night. The faint sweet chorus of glad living things, which alone broke the deep silence of the house, seemed neither to disturb nor interest him. He sat there like a man turned to stone, his forehead riven by one deep line, his straight firm mouth set close and hard. His servant, the only living being who had approached him, had set food by his side, which now and then he had mechanically taken. Changeless as a sphinx, he had sat there in darkness and in light, whilst sunlight had changed to moonlight, and the songs of the birds had given place to the low murmuring of frogs from a lake below the lawns. At last it seemed that his unnatural fit had passed away. He stretched out his hand and struck a silver gong which had been left within his reach. Almost immediately a man, pale-faced, with full dark eyes and olive complexion, dressed in the sombre garb of an indoor servant, stood at his elbow. "Doucin. Your Grace. Bring wine, Burgundy." It was before him, served with almost incredible dispatch, a small cobwebbed bottle and a glass of quaint shape, on which were beautifully emblazoned a coronet and fleur-de-lis. He drank slowly and deliberately. When he set the glass down it was empty. "Doucin. Your Grace. You will pack my things and your own. We shall leave for New York this evening. Telegraph to the Holland House for rooms. For how many days, Your Grace? We shall not return here. Pay off all the servants save 2 of the most trustworthy, who will remain as caretakers." The man's face was as immovable as his master's. "And Madam will not be returning. She will have no further use for her maid. See, however, that her clothes and all her personal belongings remain absolutely undisturbed. Has Your Grace any further orders? Take pencil and paper. Send this cablegram. Are you ready?" The man's head moved in respectful assent. "To Felix, number 27, Rue de Saint-Pierre. Avenue de l'Opéra, Paris. Meet me at Sherry's Restaurant, New York, 1 month today, 11 p.m. vs. It shall be sent immediately, Your Grace. The train for New York leaves at 7:10. A carriage will be here in 1 hour and 5 minutes. The man moved towards the door. His master looked up. "Doucin. Your Grace. The Duc de Souspenier remains here, or at the bottom of the lake, what matters? It is Mr. Sabin who travels to New York, and for whom you engage rooms at the Holland House. Mr. Sabin is a cosmopolitan of English proclivities." "Very good, sir. Lock this door. Bring my coat and hat 5 minutes before the carriage starts. Let the servants be well paid. Let none of them attempt to see me." The man bowed and disappeared. Left to himself, Mr. Sabin rose from his chair, and pushing open the windows, stood upon the veranda. He leaned heavily upon his stick with both hands, holding it before him. Slowly his eyes traveled over the landscape. It was a very beautiful home which he was leaving. Before him stretched the gardens, Italian in design, brilliant with flowers, with here and there a dark cedar tree drooping low upon the lawn. A yew hedge bordered the rose garden, a fountain was playing in the middle of a lake. A wooden fence encircled the grounds, and beyond was a smooth rolling park, with little belts of pine plantations and a few larger trees here and there. In the far distance the red flag was waving on one of the putting greens. Archie Green was strolling up the hillside, his pipe in his mouth, and his driver under his arm. Mr. Sabin watched, and the lines in his face grew deeper and deeper. "I am an old man," he said softly, "but I will live to see them suffer who have done this evil thing." He turned slowly back into the room, and limping rather more than was usual with him, he pushed aside a portière and passed into a charmingly furnished country drawing room. Only the flowers hung dead in their vases, everything else was fresh and sweet and dainty. Slowly he threaded his way amongst the elegant Louis Quinze furniture, examining as though for the first time the beautiful old tapestry, the Sèvres china, the Chippendale table, which was priceless, the exquisite portraits painted by Greuze, and the mysterious green twilights and grey dawns of Corot. Everywhere treasures of art, yet everywhere the restraining hand of the artist. The faint smell of dead rose leaves hung about the room. Already one seemed conscious of a certain emptiness, as though the genius of the place had gone. Mr. Sabin leaned heavily upon his stick, and his head drooped lower and lower. A soft, respectful voice came to him from the other room. "In 5 minutes, sir, the carriage will be at the door. I have your coat and hat here." Mr. Sabin looked up. "I am quite ready, Doosan," he said. The servants in the hall stood respectfully aside to let him pass. On the way to the depot he saw nothing of those who saluted him. In the car he sat with folded arms in the most retired seat, looking steadfastly out of the window at the dying day. There were mountains away westwards, touched with golden light. Sometimes for long minutes together the train was rushing through forests whose darkness was like that of a tunnel. Mr. Sabin seemed indifferent to these changes. The coming of night did not disturb him. His brain was at work, and the things which he saw were hidden from other men. Doosan, with a murmur of apology, broke in upon his meditations. "You will pardon me, sir, but the second dinner is now being served. The restaurant car will be detached at the next stop." "What of it?" Mr. Sabin asked calmly. "I have taken the liberty of ordering dinner for you, sir. It is 30 hours since you ate anything save biscuits." Mr. Sabin rose to his feet. "You are quite right, Doosan," he said. "I will dine." In half an hour he was back again. Doosan placed before him silently a box of cigarettes and matches. Mr. Sabin smoked. Soon the lights of the great city flared in the sky, the train stopped more frequently, the expressmen and newspaper boys came into evidence. Mr. Sabin awoke from his long spell of thought. He bought a newspaper, and glanced through the list of steamers which had sailed during the week. When the train glided into the depot he was on his feet and ready to leave it. "You will reserve our rooms, Doosan, for 1 month, he said on the way to the hotel. "We shall probably leave for Europe a month tomorrow." "Very good, sir. You were Mrs. Peterson's servant, Doosan, before you were mine." "Yes, sir. You have been with her, I believe, for many years. You are doubtless much attached to her." "Indeed I am, sir. You may have surmised, Doosan, that she has left me. I desire to ensure your absolute fidelity, so I take you into my confidence to this extent. Your mistress is in the hands of those who have some power over her. Her absence is involuntary so far as she is concerned. It has been a great blow to me. I am prepared to run all risks to discover her whereabouts. It is late in my life for adventures, but it is very certain that adventures and dangers are before us. In accompanying me you will associate yourself with many risks. Therefore—" Doosan held up his hand. "I beg, sir," he exclaimed, "that you will not suggest for a moment my leaving your service on that account. I beg most humbly, sir, that you will not do me that injustice." Mr. Sabin paused. His eyes, like lightning, read the other's face. "It is settled then, Doosan," he said. "Kindly pay this cabman, and follow me as quickly as possible." Mr. Sabin passed across the marble hall, leaning heavily upon his stick. Yet for all his slow movements there was a new alertness in his eyes and bearing. He was once more taking keen note of everybody and everything about him. Only a few days ago she had been here. He claimed his rooms at the office, and handed the keys to Doosan, who by this time had rejoined him. At the moment of turning away he addressed an inquiry to the clerk behind the counter. "Can you tell me if the Duchess of Souspenia is staying here?" he inquired. The young man glanced up. "Been here, I guess. Left on Tuesday." Mr. Sabin turned away. He did not speak again until Doosan and he were alone in the sitting room. Then he drew out a $5 bill. "Doosan," he said, "take this to the head luggage porter. Tell him to bring his departure book up here at once, and there is another waiting for him. You understand?" "Certainly, sir." Mr. Sabin turned to enter his bedchamber. His attention was attracted, however, by a letter lying flat upon the table. He took it up. It was addressed to Mr. Sabin. "This is very clever," he mused, hesitating for a moment before opening it. "I wired for rooms only a few hours ago, and I find a letter. It is the commencement." He tore open the envelope, and drew out a single half-sheet of notepaper. Across it was scrawled a single sentence only. "Go back to Lennox." There was no signature, nor any date. The only noticeable thing about this brief communication was that it was written in yellow pencil of a peculiar shade. Mr. Sabin's eyes glittered as he read. "The yellow crayon," he muttered. Doosan knocked softly at the door. Mr. Sabin thrust the letter and envelope into his breastcoat pocket. Chapter 2. "This is the luggage porter, sir," Doosan announced. "He is prepared to answer any questions." The man took out his book. Mr. Sabin, who was sitting in an easy chair, turned sideways towards him. "The Duchess of Souspenia was staying here last week," he said. "She left, I believe, on Thursday or Friday. Can you tell me whether her baggage went through your hands?" The man set down his hat upon a vacant chair, and turned over the leaves of his book. "Guess I can fix that for you," he remarked, running his forefinger down one of the pages. "Here we are. The Duchess left on Friday, and we checked her baggage through to Lenox by the New York, New Haven and Hartford." Mr. Sabin nodded. "Thank you," he said. "She would probably take a carriage to the station. It will be worth another $10 to you if you can find me the man who drove her." "Well, we ought to manage that for you," the man remarked encouragingly. "It was one of Steve Hassel's carriages, I guess, unless the lady took a hansom." "Very good," Mr. Sabin said. "See if you can find him. Keep my inquiries entirely to yourself. It will pay you." "That's all right," the man remarked. "Don't you go to bed for half an hour, and I guess you'll hear from me again." Doosan busied himself in the bedchamber. Mr. Sabin sat motionless in his easy chair. Soon there came a tap at the door. The porter reappeared ushering in a smart-looking young man, who carried a shiny coachman's hat in his hand. "Struck it right first time," the porter remarked cheerfully. "This is the man, sir." Mr. Sabin turned his head. "You drove a lady from here to the New York, New Haven and Hartford depot last Friday?" he asked. "Well, not exactly, sir," the man answered. "The Duchess took my cab, and the first address she gave was the New York, New Haven and Hartford depot, but before we'd driven 100 yards she pulled the check string and ordered me to go to the Waldorf. She paid me there, and went into the hotel. You have not seen her since?" "No, sir." "You knew her by sight, you say. Was there anything special about her appearance?" The man hesitated. "She'd a pretty thick veil on, sir, but she raised it to pay me, and I should say she'd been crying. She was much paler, too, than last time I drove her." "When was that?" Mr. Sabin asked. "In the spring, sir, with you, begging your pardon. You were at the Netherlands, and I drove you out several times." "You seem," Mr. Sabin said, "to be a person with some powers of observation. It would pay you very well indeed if you would ascertain from any of your mates at the Waldorf when and with whom the lady in question left that hotel." "I'll have a try, sir," the man answered. "The Duchess was better known here, but some of them may have recognized her." "She had no luggage, I presume?" Mr. Sabin asked. "Her dressing case and jewel case only, sir." "So you see," Mr. Sabin continued, "it is probable that she did not remain at the Waldorf for the night. Base your inquiries on that supposition." "Very good, sir. From your manners and speech," Mr. Sabin said, raising his head, "I should take you to be an Englishman." "Quite correct, sir," the man answered. "I drove a hansom in London for 8 years. You will understand me then," Mr. Sabin continued, "when I say that I have no great confidence in the police of this country. I do not wish to be blackmailed or bullied. I would ask you, therefore, to make your inquiries with discretion." "I'll be careful, sir," the man answered. Mr. Sabin handed to each of them a roll of notes. The cab driver lingered upon the threshold. Mr. Sabin looked up. "Well, could I speak a word to you, in private, sir?" Mr. Sabin motioned Doosan to leave the room. The baggage porter had already departed. "When I cleaned out my cab at night, sir, I found this. I didn't reckon it was of any consequence at first, but from the questions you have been asking it may be useful to you." Mr. Sabin took the half-sheet of notepaper in silence. It was the ordinary stationery of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, and the following words were written upon it in a faint delicate handwriting, but in yellow pencil. September 10th. To Lucille, Duchess de Souspennier, you will be at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in the main corridor at 4 o'clock this afternoon. The thin paper shook in Mr. Sabin's fingers. There was no signature, but he fancied that the handwriting was not wholly unfamiliar to him. He looked slowly up towards the cabman. "I am much obliged to you," he said. "This is of interest to me." He stretched out his hand to the little wad of notes which Doosan had left upon the table, but the cab driver backed away. "Beg pardon, sir," he said. "You've given me plenty. The letter's of no value to me. I came very near tearing it up, but for the peculiar color pencil it's written with. Kinda took my fancy, sir." "The letter is of value," Mr. Sabin said. "It tells me much more than I hoped to discover. It is our good fortune." The man accepted the little roll of bills and departed. Mr. Sabin touched the bell. Doosan, what time is it? Nearly midnight, sir. I will go to bed. Very good, sir. Mix me a sleeping draught, Doosan. I need rest. See that I am not disturbed until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chapter 3. At precisely 10 o'clock on the following morning Doosan brought chocolate, which he had prepared himself, and some dry toast to his master's bedside. Upon the tray was a single letter. Mr. Sabin sat up in bed and tore open the envelope. The following words were written upon a sheet of the Holland House notepaper in the same peculiar colored crayon. The first warning addressed to you yesterday was a friendly one. Profit by it. Go back to Lennox. You are only exposing yourself to danger and the person you seek to discomfort. Wait there, and someone shall come to you shortly who will explain what has happened, and the necessity for it. Mr. Sabin smiled, a slow contemplative smile. He sipped his chocolate and lit a cigarette. Our friends, then, he said softly, do not care about pursuit and inquiries. It is ridiculous to suppose that their warning is given out of any consideration to me. Doosan. Yes, sir. My bath. I shall rise now. Mr. Sabin made his toilet with something of the same deliberation which characterized all his movements. Then he descended into the hall, bought a newspaper, and from a convenient easy-chair kept a close observation upon every one who passed to and fro for about an hour. Later on he ordered a carriage, and made several calls downtown. At a few minutes past 12 he entered the bar of the Fifth Avenue Hotel, and ordering a drink sat down at one of the small tables. The room was full, but Mr. Sabin's attention was directed solely to one group of men who stood a short distance away before the counter drinking champagne. The central person of the group was a big man, with an unusually large neck, a fat pale face, a brown moustache tinged with grey, and a voice and laugh like a foghorn. It was he apparently who was paying for the champagne, and he was clearly on intimate terms with all the party. Mr. Sabin watched for his opportunity, and then rising from his seat touched him on the shoulder. Mr. Skinner, I believe, he said quietly. The big man looked down upon Mr. Sabin with the sullen offensiveness of the professional bully. You've hit it first time, he admitted. Who are you, anyway? Mr. Sabin produced a card. I called this morning, he said, upon the gentleman whose name you will see there. He directed me to you, and told me to come here. The man tore the card into small pieces. So long, boys, he said, addressing his late companions. See you tonight. They accepted his departure in silence, and one and all favored Mr. Sabin with a stare of blatant curiosity. I should be glad to speak with you, Mr. Sabin said, in a place where we are likely to be neither disturbed nor overheard. You come right across to my office, was the prompt reply. I guess we can fix it up there. Mr. Sabin motioned to his coachman, and they crossed Broadway. His companion led him into a tall building, talking noisily all the time about the pals whom he had just left. An elevator transported them to the 12th floor in little more than as many seconds, and Mr. Skinner ushered his visitor into a somewhat bare-looking office, smelling strongly of stale tobacco smoke. Mr. Skinner at once lit a cigar, and seating himself before his desk, folded his arms and leaned over towards Mr. Sabin. Smoke one? He asked, pointing to the open box. Mr. Sabin declined. Get right ahead then. I am an Englishman, Mr. Sabin said slowly, and consequently am not altogether at home with your ways over here. I have always understood, however, that if you are in need of any special information such as we should in England apply to the police for, over here there is a quicker and more satisfactory method of procedure. You've come a long way round, Mr. Skinner remarked, spitting upon the floor, but you're dead right. I am in need of some information, Mr. Sabin continued, and accordingly I called this morning on Mr. Skinner held up his hand. All right, he said. We don't mention names more than we can help. Call him the boss. He assured me that the information I was in need of was easily to be obtained, and gave me a card to you. Go right on, Mr. Skinner said. What is it? On Friday last, Mr. Sabin said, at 4 o'clock, the Duchess of Souspenia, whose picture I will presently show you, left the Holland House Hotel for the New York, New Haven and Hartford depot, presumably for her home at Lennox, to which place her baggage had already been checked. On the way she ordered the cabman to set her down at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, which he did at a few minutes past 4. The Duchess has not returned home or been directly heard from since. I wish to ascertain her movements since she arrived at the Waldorf. Sounds dead easy, Mr. Skinner remarked reassuringly. Got the picture? Mr. Sabin touched the spring of a small gold locket which he drew from an inside waistcoat pocket, and disclosed a beautifully painted miniature. Mr. Skinner's thick lips were pursed into a whistle. He was on the point of making a remark when he chanced to glance into Mr. Sabin's face. The remark remained unspoken. He drew a sheet of note paper towards him and made a few notes upon it. The Duchess many friends in New York. At present none. The few people whom she knows here are at Newport or in Europe just now. Any idea whom she went to the Waldorf to see? More we know the better. Mr. Sabin handed him the letter which had been picked up in the cab. Mr. Skinner read it through, and spat once more upon the floor. What the H.S. this funny-colored pencil mean? I do not know, Mr. Sabin answered. You will see that the two anonymous communications which I have received since arriving in New York yesterday are written in the same manner. Mr. Sabin handed him the other two letters, which Mr. Skinner carefully perused. I guess you'd better tell me who you are, he suggested. I am the husband of the Duchess of Souspenia, Mr. Sabin answered. The Duchess send any word home at all? Mr. Skinner asked. Mr. Sabin produced a worn telegraph form. It was handed in at Fifth Avenue, New York, at 6 o'clock on Friday. It contained the single word, goodbye. Hunnam, Mr. Skinner remarked. We'll find all you want to know by tomorrow sure. What do you make of the two letters which I received? Mr. Sabin asked. Bunkum, Mr. Skinner replied confidently. Mr. Sabin nodded his head. You have no secret societies over here, I suppose? He said. Mr. Skinner laughed loudly and derisively. I guess not, he answered. They keep that sort of rubbish on the other side of the pond. Ah, Mr. Sabin was thoughtful for a moment. You expect to find, then, he remarked, some other cause for my wife's disappearance. There don't seem much room for doubt concerning that, sir, Mr. Skinner said, but I never speculate. I will bring you the facts tonight between 8 and 11. Now as to the business side of it. Mr. Sabin was for a moment puzzled. What's the job worth to you? Mr. Skinner asked. I am willing to pay, Mr. Sabin answered, according to your demands. It's a simple case, Mr. Skinner admitted, but our man at the Waldorf is expensive. If you get all your facts, I guess $500 will about see you through. I will pay that, Mr. Sabin answered. I will bring you the letters back tonight, Mr. Skinner said. I guess I'll borrow that locket of yours, too. Mr. Sabin shook his head. That, he said firmly, I do not part with. Mr. Skinner scratched his ear with his penholder. It's the only scrap of identifying matter we've got, he remarked. Of course it's a dead simple case, and we can probably manage without it. But I guess it's as well to fix the thing right down. If you will give me a piece of paper, Mr. Sabin said, I will make you a sketch of the Duchess. The larger the better. I can give you an idea of the sort of clothes she would probably be wearing. Mr. Skinner furnished him with a double sheet of paper, and Mr. Sabin, with set face and unflinching figures, reproduced in a few simple strokes a wonderful likeness of the woman he loved. He pushed it away from him when he had finished without remark. Mr. Skinner was loud in its praises. I guess you're an artist, sir, for sure, he remarked. This'll fix the thing. Shall I come to your hotel? If you please, Mr. Sabin answered. I shall be there for the rest of the day. Mr. Skinner took up his hat. Guess I'll take my dinner and get right to work, he remarked. Say, you come along, Mr. Sabin. I'll take you where they'll fix you such a beefsteak as you never tasted in your life. I thank you very much, Mr. Sabin said, but I must beg to be excused. I am expecting some dispatches at my hotel. If you are successful this afternoon you will perhaps do me the honor of dining with me tonight. I will wait until 8:30. The two men parted upon the pavement. Mr. Skinner, with his small bowler hat on the back of his head, a fresh cigar in the corner of his mouth, and his thumbs in the armholes of his waistcoat, strolled along Broadway with something akin to a smile parting his lips and showing his yellow teeth. Darned old fool, he muttered. To marry a slap-up handsome woman like that, and then pretend not to know what it means when she bolts. Guess I'll spoil his supper tonight. Mr. Sabin, however, was recovering his spirits. He, too, was leaning back in the corner of his carriage with a faint smile brightening his hard, stern face. But, unlike Mr. Skinner, he did not talk to himself. Chapter 4. R. Sabin, who was never, for its own sake, fond of solitude, had ordered dinner for two at 8:30 in the general dining room. At a few minutes previous to that hour Mr. Skinner presented himself. Mr. Skinner was not in the garb usually affected by men of the world who were invited to dine out. The long day's exertion, too, had had its effect upon his linen. His front, indeed, through a broad gap, confessed to a foundation of blue, and one of his cuffs showed a marked inclination to escape from his wrist over his knuckles. His face was flushed, and he exhaled a strong odor of cigars and cocktails. Nevertheless, Mr. Sabin was very glad to see him, and to receive the folded sheet of paper which he at once produced. "I have taken the liberty," Mr. Sabin remarked, on his part, "of adding a trifle to the amount we first spoke of, which I beg you will accept from me as a mark of my gratitude for your promptness." "Sure," Mr. Skinner answered tersely, receiving the little roll of bills without hesitation, and retreating into a quiet corner, where he carefully counted and examined every one. "That's all right," he announced at the conclusion of his task. "Come and have one with me now before you read your little billet doux, eh?" "I shall not read your report until after dinner," Mr. Sabin said, "and I think if you are ready that we might as well go in. At the head waiter's suggestion I have ordered a cocktail with the oysters, and if we are much later he seemed to fear that it might affect the condition of the, I think it was terrapin," he said. Mr. Skinner stopped short. His tone betrayed emotion. "Did you say terrapin, sir?" Mr. Sabin nodded. Mr. Skinner at once took his arm. "Guess we'll go right in," he declared. "I hate to have a good meal spoiled." They were an old-looking couple. Mr. Sabin quietly but faultlessly attired in the usual evening dinner garb, Mr. Skinner ill-dressed, untidy, unwashed and frowsy. But here at least Mr. Sabin's incognito had been unavailing, for he had stayed at the hotel several times, as he remembered with an odd little pang, with Lucille, and the head waiter, with a low bow, ushered them to their table. Mr. Skinner saw the preparations for their repast, the oysters, the cocktails in tall glasses, the magnum of champagne in ice, and chuckled. To take supper with a duke was a novelty to him, but he was not shy. He sat down and tucked his serviette into his waistcoat, raised his glass, and suddenly set it down again. "The boss!" he exclaimed in amazement. Mr. Sabin turned his head in the direction which his companion had indicated. Coming hastily across the room towards them, already out of breath as though with much hurrying, was a thick-set, powerful man, with the brutal face and coarse lips of a prize-fighter. A beard cropped so short as to seem the growth of a few days only covered his chin, and his moustache, treated in the same way, was not thick enough to conceal a cruel mouth. He was carefully enough dressed, and a great diamond flashed from his tie. There was a red mark round his forehead where his hat had been, and the perspiration was streaming from his forehead. He strode without hesitation to the table where Mr. Sabin and his guest were sitting, and without even a glance at the former turned upon his myrmidon. "Where's that report?" he cried roughly. "Where is it?" Mr. Skinner seemed to have shrunk into a smaller man. He pointed across the table. "I've given it to him," he said. "What's wrong, boss?" The newcomer raised his hand as though to strike Skinner. He gnashed his teeth with the effort to control himself. "You damned blithering idiot," he said hoarsely, gripping the side of the table. "Why wasn't it presented to me first?" "Guess it didn't seem worthwhile," Skinner answered. "There's nothing in the darned thing." "You ignorant fool, hold your tongue," was the fierce reply. The newcomer sank into a chair and wiped the perspiration from his streaming forehead. Mr. Sabin signaled to a waiter. "You seem upset, Mr. Aura," he remarked politely. "Allow me to offer you a glass of wine." Mr. Aura did not immediately reply, but he accepted the glass which the waiter brought him, and after a moment's hesitation drained its contents. Then he turned to Mr. Sabin. "You said nothing about those letters you had when you came to see me this morning." "It was you yourself," Mr. Sabin reminded him, "who begged me not to enter into particulars. You sent me on to Mr. Skinner. I told him everything." Mr. Aura leaned over the table. His eyes were bloodshot, his tone was fierce and threatening. Mr. Sabin was coldly courteous. The difference between the demeanor of the two men was remarkable. "You knew what those letters meant. This is a plot. Where is Skinner's report?" Mr. Sabin raised his eyebrows. He signaled to the head waiter. "Be so good as to continue the service of my dinner," he ordered. "The champagne is a trifle too chilled. You can take it out of the cooler." The man bowed, with a curious side glance at Aura. "Certainly, Your Grace." Aura was almost speechless with anger. "Are you going to answer my questions?" he demanded thickly. "I have no particular objection to doing so," Mr. Sabin answered, "but until you can sit up and compose yourself like an ordinary individual, I decline to enter into any conversation with you at all." Again Mr. Aura raised his voice, and the glare in his eyes was like the glare of a wild beast. "Do you know who I am?" he asked. "Do you know who you're talking to?" Mr. Sabin looked at him coolly, and fingered his wineglass. "Well," he said, "I've a shocking memory for names, but yours is Mr. Aura, isn't it? I heard it for the first time this morning, and my memory will generally carry me through 24 hours. There was a moment's silence. Aura was no fool. He accepted his defeat and dropped the bully. "You're a stranger in this city, Mr. Sabin, and I guess you aren't altogether acquainted with our ways yet," he said. "But I want you to understand this. The report which is in your pocket has got to be returned to me. If I'd known what I was meddling with, I wouldn't have touched your business for $100,000. It's got to be returned to me, I say," he repeated in a more threatening tone. Mr. Sabin helped himself to fish, and made a careful examination of the sauce. "After all," he said meditatively, "I am not sure that I was wise in insisting upon a sauce piquant. I beg your pardon, Mr. Aura. Please do not think me inattentive, but I am very hungry. So, I believe, is my friend, Mr. Skinner. Will you not join us, or perhaps you have already dined?" There was an ugly flush in Mr. Horse's cheeks, but he struggled to keep his composure. "Will you give me back that report?" "When I have read it, with pleasure," Mr. Sabin answered. "Before, no." Mr. Aura swallowed an exceedingly vicious oath. He struck the table lightly with his forefinger. "Look here," he said. "If you'd lived in New York a couple of years, even a couple of months, you wouldn't talk like that. I tell you that I hold the government of this city in my right hand. I don't want to be unpleasant, but if that paper is not in my hands by the time you leave this table, I shall have you arrested as you leave this room, and the papers taken from you." "Dear me," Mr. Sabin said, "this is serious. On what charge, may I ask, should I be exposed to this inconvenience?" "Charge be damned," Mr. Aura answered. "The police don't want particulars from me. When I say do a thing, they do it. They know that if they declined, it would be their last day on the force." Mr. Sabin filled his glass and leaned back in his chair. "This," he remarked, "is interesting. I am always glad to have the opportunity of gaining an insight into the customs of different countries. I had an idea that America was a country remarkable for the amount of liberty enjoyed by its inhabitants. Your proposed course of action seems scarcely in keeping with this. What are you going to do? Come, I've got to have an answer." "I don't quite understand," Mr. Sabin remarked, with a puzzled look, "what your official position is in connection with the police." Mr. Horse's face was a very ugly sight. "Oh, curse my official position," he exclaimed thickly. "If you want proof of what I say, you shall have it in less than 5 minutes. Skinner, be off and fetch a couple of constables." "I really must protest," Mr. Sabin said. "Mr. Skinner is my guest, and I will not have him treated in this fashion, just as the terrapin is coming in, too. Sit down, Mr. Skinner, sit down. I will settle this matter with you in my room, Mr. Aura, after I have dined. I will not even discuss it before." Mr. Aura opened his mouth twice, and closed it again. He knew that his opponent was simply playing to gain time, but, after all, he held the trump card. He could afford to wait. He turned to a waiter and ordered a cigar. Mr. Sabin and Mr. Skinner continued their dinner. Conversation was a little difficult, though Mr. Sabin showed no signs of an impaired appetite. Skinner was white with fear, and glanced every now and then nervously at his chief. Mr. Aura smoked without ceasing, and maintained an ominous silence. Mr. Sabin at last, with a sigh, rose, and lighting a cigarette, took his stick from the waiter and prepared to leave. "I fear, Mr. Aura," he remarked, "that your presence has scarcely contributed to the cheerfulness of our repast. Mr. Skinner, am I to be favored with your company also upstairs?" Aura clutched that gentleman's arm and whispered a few words in his ear. "Mr. Skinner," he said, "will join us presently. What is your number?" 336, Mr. Sabin answered. "You will excuse my somewhat slow progress." They crossed the hall and entered the elevator. Mr. Horse's face began to clear. In a moment or two they would be in Mr. Sabin's sitting room alone. He regarded with satisfaction the other's slim, delicate figure and the limp with which he moved. He felt that the danger was already over. Chapter 5. But, after all, things did not exactly turn out as Mr. Aura had imagined. The sight of the empty room and the closed door were satisfactory enough, and he did not hesitate for a moment. "Look here, sir," he said, "you and I are going to settle this matter quick. Whatever you paid Skinner you can have back again. But I'm going to have that report. He took a quick step forward with uplifted hand, and looked into the shining muzzle of a tiny revolver. Behind it Mr. Sabin's face, no longer pleasant and courteous, had taken to itself some very grim lines. I am a weak man, Mr. Aura, but I am never without the means of self-defense, Mr. Sabin said in a still, cold tone. Be so good as to sit down in that easy chair. Mr. Aura hesitated. For one moment he stood as though about to carry out his first intention. He stood glaring at his opponent, his face contracted into a snarl, his whole appearance hideous, almost bestial. Mr. Sabin smiled upon him contemptuously, the maddening, compelling smile of the born aristocrat. Sit down. Mr. Aura sat down, whereupon Mr. Sabin followed suit. Now what have you to say to me? Mr. Sabin asked quietly. I want that report, was the dogged answer. You will not have it, Mr. Sabin answered. You can take that for granted. You shall not take it from me by force, and I will see that you do not charm it out of my pocket by other means. The information which it contains is of the utmost possible importance to me. I have bought it and paid for it, and I shall use it. Mr. Aura moistened his dry lips. I will give you, he said, $20,000 for its return. Mr. Sabin laughed softly. You bid high, he said. I begin to suspect that our friends on the other side of the water have been more than ordinarily kind to you. I will give you $40,000. Mr. Sabin raised his eyebrows. So much. After all, that sounds more like fear than anything. You cannot hope to make a profitable deal out of that. Dear me, it seems only a few minutes ago that I heard your interesting friend, Mr. Skinner, shake with laughter at the mention of such a thing as a secret society. Skinner is a blasted fool, Aura exclaimed fiercely. Listen here, Mr. Sabin. You can read that report if you must, but, as I'm a living man, you'll not stir from New York if you do. I'll make your life a hell for you. Don't you understand that no one but a born fool would dare to quarrel with me in this city? I hold the prison keys, the police are mine. I shall make my own charge, whatever I choose, and they shall prove it for me. Mr. Sabin shook his head. This sounds very shocking, he remarked. I had no idea that the largest city of the most enlightened country in the world was in such a sorry plight. Oh, curse your sarcasm, Mr. Aura said. I'm talking facts, and you've got to know them. Will you give up that report? You can find out all there is in it for yourself. But I'm going to give it you straight. If I don't have that report back unread, you'll never leave New York. Mr. Sabin was genuinely amused. My good fellow, he said, you have made yourself a notorious person in this country by dint of incessant bullying and bribing and corruption of every sort. You may possess all the powers you claim. Your only mistake seems to be that you are too thick-headed to know when you are overmatched. I have been a diplomatist all my life, Mr. Sabin said, rising slowly to his feet, and with a sudden intent look upon his face, and if I were to be outwitted by such a novice as you I should deserve to end my days in New York. Mr. Aura rose also to his feet. A smile of triumph was on his lips. Well, he said, come in. Come in. The door was thrown open. Skinner and two policemen entered. Mr. Sabin leaned towards the wall, and in a second the room was plunged in darkness. Turn on the lights. Skinner shouted. Seize him. He's in that corner. Use your clubs. Aura bawled. Stand by the door, one of you. Damnation, where is that switch? He found it with a shout of triumph. Lights flared out in the room. They stared around into every corner. Mr. Sabin was not there. Then Aura saw the door leading into the bedchamber, and flung himself against it with a hoarse cry of rage. Break it open, he cried to the policemen. They hammered upon it with their clubs. Mr. Sabin's quiet voice came to them from the other side. Pray do not disturb me, gentlemen, he said. I am reading. Break it open, you damned fools. Aura cried. They battered at it sturdily, but the door was a solid one. Suddenly they heard the key turn in the lock. Mr. Sabin stood upon the threshold. Gentlemen, he exclaimed, these are my private apartments. Why this violence? He held out the paper. This is mine, he said. The information which it contains is bought and paid for. But if the giving it up will procure me the privilege of your departure, pray take it. Aura was purple with rage. He pointed with shaking fist to the still, calm figure. Arrest him, he ordered. Take him to the cells. Mr. Sabin shrugged his shoulders. I am ready, he said, but it is only fair to give you this warning. I am the Duke of Sarspenia, and I am well known in England and France. The paper which you saw me hand to the porter in the hall as we stepped into the elevator was a dispatch in cipher to the English ambassador at Washington, claiming his protection. If you take me to prison tonight, you will have him to deal with tomorrow. Mr. Aura bore himself in defeat better than at any time during the encounter. He turned to the constables. Go downstairs and wait for me in the hall, he ordered. You too, Skinner. They left the room. Aura turned to Mr. Sabin, and the veins on his forehead stood out like whipcord. I know when I'm beaten, he said. Keep your report, and be damned to you. But remember that you and I have a score to settle, and you can ask those who know me how often Dick Aura comes out underneath in the long run. He followed the others. Mr. Sabin sat down in his easy chair with a quiet smile upon his lips. Once more he glanced through the brief report. Then his eyes half closed, and he sat quite still, a tired, weary-looking man, almost unnaturally pale. They have kept their word, he said softly to himself, after many years. After many years. Deussen came in to undress him shortly afterwards. He saw signs of the struggle, but made no comment. Mr. Sabin, after a moment's hesitation, took a phial from his pocket and poured a few drops into a wineglassful of water. Deussen, he said, bring me some dispatch forms and a pencil. Yes, sir. Mr. Sabin wrote for several moments. Then he placed the forms in an envelope, sealed it, and handed it to Deussen. Deussen, he said, that fellow Aura is annoyed with me. If I should be arrested on any charge, or should fail to return to the hotel within reasonable time, break that seal and send off the telegrams. Yes, sir. Mr. Sabin yawned. I need sleep, he said. Do not call me tomorrow morning until I ring. And, Deussen. Yes, sir. The Campania will sail from New York somewhere about the 10th of October. I wish to secure the whole of stateroom number 28. Go round to the office as soon as they open, secure that room if possible, and pay a deposit. No other will do. Also one for yourself. Very good, sir. Chapter 6. Here's a lady inquiring for you, sir, just gone up to your room in the elevator, the hotel clerk remarked to Mr. Sabin as he paused on his way to the door to hand in his key. Shall I send a boy up? Mr. Sabin hesitated. A lady, he remarked tentatively. The hotel clerk nodded. Yes, I didn't notice the name, but she was an English woman. I'll send up. Thank you, I will return, Mr. Sabin said. If I should miss her on the way, perhaps you will kindly redirect her to my rooms. He rang for the elevator, and was swiftly transported to his own floor. The door of his sitting room was open. Deussen was talking to a tall fair woman, who turned swiftly round at the sound of his approach. Ah, they found you, then, she exclaimed, coming towards him with outstretched hands. Isn't this a strange place and a strange country for us to meet once more in? He greeted her gallantly, but with a certain reserve, of which she was at once aware. Are there any countries in the world left which are strange to so great a traveler as Lady Muriel Carey? He said, the papers here have been full of your wonderful adventures in South Africa. She laughed. Everything shockingly exaggerated, of course, she declared. I have really been plagued to death since I got here with interviewers and that sort of person. I wonder if you know how glad I am to see you again. You are very kind, indeed, he said. Certainly there was no one whom I expected less to see over here. You have come for the yacht races, I suppose. She looked at him with a faint smile and raised eyebrows. Come, she said, shall we lie to one another? Is it worthwhile? Candor is so much more original. Candor by all means then, I beg, he answered. I have come over with the Dalkeiths, ostensibly to see the yacht races. Really I have come to see you. Mr. Sabin bowed. I am delightfully flattered, he murmured. I don't exactly mean for the pleasure of gazing into your face once more, she continued. I have a mission. Mr. Sabin looked up quickly. Great heavens! You, too! He exclaimed. She nodded. Why not? She asked coolly. I have been in it for years, you know, and when I got back from South Africa everything seemed so terribly slow that I begged for some work to do. And they sent you here, to me. Yes, she answered, and I was here also a few weeks ago, but you must not ask me anything about that. Mr. Sabin's eyebrows contracted, his face darkened. She shrank a little away from him. So it is you who have robbed me of her, then, he said slowly. Yes, the description fits you well enough. I ask you, Lady Carey, to remember the last time when chance brought you and me together. Have I deserved this from you? She made a little gesture of impotence. Do be reasonable, she begged. What choice had I? He looked at her steadfastly. The folly of women, of clever women such as you, he said, is absolutely amazing. You have deliberately made a slave of yourself. One must have distraction, she murmured. Distraction. And so you play at this sort of thing. Is it worthwhile? Her eyes for a moment clouded over with weariness. When one has filled the cup of life to the brim for many years, she said, what remains that is worthwhile? He bowed. You are a young woman, he said. You should not yet have learned to speak with such bitterness. As for me, well, I am old indeed. In youth and age the affections claim us. I am approaching my second childhood. She laughed derisively, yet not unkindly. What folly, she exclaimed. You are right, he admitted. I suppose it is the fault of old associations. In a few minutes, she said, smiling at him, we should have become sentimental. I, he admitted, was floundering already. She shrugged her shoulders. You talk as though sentiment were a bog. There have been worse similes, he declared. How horrid. And do you know, sir, for all your indignation you have not yet even inquired after your wife's health. I trust, he said, that she is well. She is in excellent health. Your second visit to this country, he remarked, follows very swiftly upon your first. She nodded. I am here, she said, on your account. You excite my interest, he declared. May I know your mission? I have to remind you of your pledge, she said, to assure you of Lucille's welfare, and to prevent your leaving the country. Marvelous, he exclaimed, with a slight mocking smile. And may I ask what means you intend to employ to keep me here? Well, she said, I have large discretionary powers. We have a very strong branch over on this side, but I would very much rather induce you to stay here without applying to them. And the inducements? He asked. She took a cigarette from a box which stood on the table unlit one. Well, she said, I might appeal to your hospitality, might I not? I am in a strange country which you have made your home. I want to be shown round. Do you remember dining with me one night at the ambassador's? It was very hot, even for Paris, and we drove afterwards in the boys. Ask me to dine with you here, won't you? I have never quite forgotten the last time. Mr. Sabin laughed softly, but with undisguised mirth. Come, he said, this is an excellent start. You are to play the Circe up to date, and I am to be beguiled. How ought I to answer you? I do remember the ambassadors, and I do remember driving down the boys in your Victoria, and holding, I believe I am right, your hand. You have no right to disturb those charming memories by attempting to turn them into bathos. She blew out a little cloud of tobacco smoke, and watched it thoughtfully. Ah, she remarked, I wonder who is better at that, you or I. I may not be exactly a sentimental person, but you are a flint. On the contrary, Mr. Sabin assured her earnestly, I am very much in love with my wife. Dear me, she exclaimed, you carry originality to quixotism. I have met several men before in my life whom I have suspected of such a thing, but I never heard anyone confess it. This little domestic contretemps is then, I presume, disagreeable to you. To the last degree, Mr. Sabin asserted. So much so that I leave for England by the Campania. She shook her head slowly. I wouldn't if I were you. Why not? Lady Carey threw away the end of her cigarette, and looked for a moment thoughtfully at her long white fingers glittering with rings. Then she began to draw on her gloves. Well, in the first place, she said, Lucille will have no time to spare for you. You will be de trop in decidedly an uncomfortable position. You wouldn't find London at all a good place to live in just now, even if you ever got there, which I am inclined to doubt. And secondly, here am I, Circe, he murmured, waiting to be entertained, in a strange country, almost friendless. I want to be shown everything, taken everywhere. And I am dying to see your home at Lenox. I do not think your attitude towards me in the least hospitable. Come, you are judging me very quickly, he declared. What opportunities have I had? What opportunities can there be if you sail by the Campania? You might dine with me tonight at least. Impossible. The Dalkeiths have a party to meet me. Come too, won't you? They love dukes, even French ones. He shook his head. There is no attraction for me in a large party, he answered. I am getting to an age when to make conversation in return for a dinner seems scarcely a fair exchange. From your host's point of view, or yours? From both. Besides, one's digestion suffers. You are certainly getting old, she declared. Come, I must go. You haven't been a bit nice to me. When shall I see you again? It is, he answered, for you to say. She looked at him for a moment thoughtfully. Supposing, she said, that I cried off the yacht race today. Would you take me out to lunch? He smiled. My dear lady, he said, it is for Circe to command, and for me to obey. And you'll come and have tea with me afterwards at the Waldorf. That, Mr. Sabin declared, will add still further to my happiness. Will you call for me, then, and where shall we have lunch, and at what time? I must go and develop a headache at once, or that tiresome Dalkeith boy will be pounding at my door. I will call for you at the Waldorf at 1:30, Mr. Sabin said. Unless you have any choice, I will take you to a little place downtown where we can imagine ourselves back on the continent, and where we shall be spared the horror of green corn. Delightful, she murmured, buttoning her glove. Then you shall take me for a drive to Fifth Avenue, or to see somebody's tomb, and my woman shall make some real Russian tea for us in my sitting room. Really, I think I'm doing very well for the first day. Is the spell beginning to work? Hideously, he assured her. I feel already that the only thing I dread in life are these 2 hours before luncheon. She nodded. That is quite as it should be. Don't trouble to come down with me. I believe that Dalkeith Perry is hanging round somewhere, and in view of my headache perhaps you had better remain in the background for the moment. At 1:30, then. Mr. Sabin smiled as she passed out of the room, and lit a cigarette. I think, he said to himself, that the arrival of Felix is opportune. Chapter 7. They sat together at a small table, looking upon a scene which was probably unique in the history of the great restaurant. The younger man was both frankly interested and undoubtedly curious. Mr. Sabin, though his eyes seemed everywhere, retained to the full extent that nonchalance of manner which all his life he had so assiduously cultivated. It is wonderful, my dear Felix, he said, leisurely drawing his cigarette case from his pocket, wonderful what good fellowship can be evolved by a kindred interest in sport, and a bottle or so of good champagne. But, after all, this is not to be taken seriously. Shamrock the Fourth. Shamrock the Fourth. A tall young American, his thick head of hair, which had once been carefully parted in the middle, a little disheveled, his hard, clean-cut face flushed with enthusiasm, had risen to his feet and stood with a brimming glass of champagne high over his head. Almost every one in the room rose to their feet. A college boy sprang upon a table with extended arms. The Yale shout split the room. The very glasses on the table rattled. Columbia, Columbia. It was an Englishman now who had leaped upon a vacant table with a praised glass. There was an answering roar of enthusiasm. Everyone drank, and everyone sat down again with a pleasant thrill of excitement at this unique scene. Felix leaned back in his chair and marveled. One would have imagined, he murmured, that America and England together were at war with the rest of the world and had won a great victory. To think that this is all the result of a yacht race. It is incredible. All your life, my dear Felix, Mr. Sabin remarked, you have underrated the sporting instinct. It has a great place amongst the impulses of the world. See how it has brought these people together. But they are already of the same kin, Felix remarked. Their interests and aims are alike. Their destinies are surely identical. Mr. Sabin, who had lit his cigarette, watched the blue smoke curl upwards, and was thoughtful for a moment. My dear Felix, he said, you are very, very young. The interests of two great nations such as America and England can never be alike. It is the language of diplomacy, but it is also the language of fools. Their conversation was for the moment interrupted by a fresh murmur of applause, rising above the loved hum of conversation, the laughter of women, and the popping of corks. A little troop of waiters had just wheeled into the room two magnificent models of yachts hewn out of blocks of solid ice and crowned with flowers. On the one were the stars and stripes, on the other the shamrock and thistle. There was much clapping of hands and cheering. Lady Carey, who was sitting at the next table with her back to them, joined in the applause so heartily that a tiny gold pencil attached to her bracelet became detached and rolled unobserved to Mr. Sabin's side. Felix half rose to pick it up, but was suddenly checked by a quick gesture from his companion. Leave it, Mr. Sabin whispered. I wish to return it myself. He stooped and picked it up, a certain stealthiness apparent in his movement. Felix watched him in amazement. It is Lady Carey's, is it not? He asked. Yes. Be silent. I will give it back to her presently. A waiter served them with coffee. Mr. Sabin was idly sketching something on the back of his menu card. Felix broke into a little laugh as the man retired. Mysterious as ever, he remarked. Mr. Sabin smiled quietly. He went on with his sketch. I do not want, Felix said, to seem impatient, but you must remember that I have come all the way from Europe in response to a very urgent message. As yet I have done nothing except form a very uncomfortable third at a luncheon and tea party, and listen to a good deal of enigmatic conversation between you and the charming Lady Carey. This evening I made sure that I should be enlightened. But no, you have given me a wonderful dinner, from you I expected it. We have eaten terrapin, canvasback duck, and many other things the names of which alone were known to me. But of the reason for which you have summoned me here, I know nothing. Not one word have you spoken. I am beginning to fear from your avoidance of the subject that there is some trouble between you and Lucille. I beg that you will set my anxiety at rest. Mr. Sabin nodded. It is reasonable, he said. Look here. He turned the menu card round. On the back he had sketched some sort of a device with a pencil which he had picked up, and which instead a black lid contained a peculiar shade of yellow crayon. Felix sat as though turned to stone. Try, Mr. Sabin said smoothly, and avoid that air of tragedy. Some of these good people might be curious. Felix leaned across the table. He pointed to the menu card. What does that mean? He muttered. Mr. Sabin contemplated it himself thoughtfully. Well, he said, I rather thought that you might be able to explain that to me. I have an idea that there is a society in Europe, sort of aristocratic odd fellows, you know, who had adopted it for their crest. Am I not right? Felix looked at him steadfastly. Tell me two things, he said. First, why you sent for me, and secondly, what do you mean by that? Lucille, Mr. Sabin said, has been taken away from me. Lucille, great God, she has been taken away from me, Mr. Sabin said, without a single word of warning. Felix pointed to the menu card. By them, he asked. By them, it was a month ago. 2 days before my cable. Felix was silent for several moments. He had not the self-command of his companion, and he feared to trust himself to speech. She has been taken to Europe, Mr. Sabin continued. I do not know, I cannot even guess at the reason. She left no word. I have been warned not to follow her. You obey. I sail tomorrow. And I? Felix asked. Mr. Sabin looked for a moment at the drawing on the back of the menu card, and up at Felix. Felix shook his head. You must know, he said, that I am powerless. You may be able to help me, Mr. Sabin said, without compromising yourself. Impossible, Felix declared. But what did they want with Lucille? That, Mr. Sabin said, is what I am desirous of knowing. It is what I trust that you, my dear Felix, may assist me to discover. You are determined, then, to follow her. Mr. Sabin helped himself to a liqueur from the bottle by his side. My dear Felix, he said reproachfully, you should know me better than to ask me such a question. Felix moved uneasily in his chair. Of course, he said, it depends upon how much they want to keep you apart. But you know that you are running great risks. Why, no, Mr. Sabin said. I scarcely thought that. I have understood that the society was by no means in its former flourishing condition. Felix laughed scornfully. They have never been, he answered, richer or more powerful. During the last 12 months they have been active in every part of Europe. Mr. Sabin's face hardened. Very well, he said. We will try their strength. We. Felix laughed shortly. You forget that my hands are tied. I cannot help you or Lucille. You must know that. You cannot interfere directly, Mr. Sabin admitted. Yet you are Lucille's brother, and I am forced to appeal to you. If you will be my companion for a little while, I think I can show you how you can help Lucille at any rate, and yet run no risk. The little party at the next table were breaking up at last. Lady Carey, pale and bored, with tired, swollen eyes, they were always a little prominent, rose languidly and began to gather together her belongings. As she did so she looked over the back of her chair and met Mr. Sabin's eyes. He rose at once and bowed. She cast a quick sidelong glance at her companions, which he at once understood. I have the honor, Lady Carey, he said, of recalling myself to your recollection. We met in Paris and London not so very many years ago. You perhaps remember the Cardinal's dinner. A slight smile flickered upon her lips. The man's adroitness always excited her admiration. I remember it perfectly, and you, Duke, she answered. Have you made your home on this side of the water? Mr. Sabin shook his head slowly. Home, he repeated. Ah, I was always a bird of passage, you remember. Yet I have spent 3 very delightful years in this country. And I, she said, lowering her tone and leaning towards him, one very stupid, idiotic day. Mr. Sabin assumed the look of a man who denies any personal responsibility in an unfortunate happening. "It was regrettable," he murmured, "but I assure you that it was unavoidable. Lucille's brother must have a certain claim upon me, and it was his first day in America." She was silent for a moment. Then she turned abruptly towards the door. Her friends were already on the way. "Come with me," she said. "I want to speak to you." He followed her out into the lobby. Felix came a few paces behind. The restaurant was still full of people, the hum of conversation almost drowning the music. Everyone glanced curiously at Lady Carey, who was a famous woman. She carried herself with a certain insolent indifference, the national deportment of her sex and rank. The women whispered together that she was very English. In the lobby she turned suddenly upon Mr. Sabin. "Will you take me back to my hotel?" she asked pointedly. "I regret that I cannot," he answered. "I have promised to show Felix some of the wonders of New York by night." "You can take him tomorrow." "Tomorrow," Mr. Sabin said. "He leaves for the West." She looked closely into his impassive face. "I suppose that you are lying," she said shortly. "Your candor," he answered coldly, "sometimes approaches brutality." She leaned towards him, her face suddenly softened. "We are playing a foolish game with one another," she murmured. "I offer you an alliance, my friendship, perhaps my help." "What can I do?" he answered gravely, "save be grateful, and accept." Then, she stopped short. It was Mr. Sabin's luck which had intervened. Herbert Dykeith stood at her elbow. "Lady Carey," he said, "they're all gone but the mater and I forgive my interrupting you," he added hastily. "You can go on, Herbert," she added. "The Duc de Souspenier will bring me." Mr. Sabin, who had no intention of doing anything of the sort, turned towards the young man with a smile. "Lady Carey has not introduced us," he said, "but I have seen you at Ranelagh quite often. If you are still keen on polo you should have a try over here. I fancy you would find that these American youngsters can hold their own." "All right, Felix, I am ready now. Lady Carey, I shall do myself the honor of waiting upon you early tomorrow morning, as I have a little excursion to propose. Good night." She shrugged her shoulders ever so slightly as she turned away. Mr. Sabin smiled, faintly amused. He turned to Felix. "Come," he said, "we have no time to lose." Chapter 8. "I regret," Mr. Sabin said to Felix as they sat side by side in the small coupe, "that your stay in this country will be so brief." "Indeed," Felix answered. "May I ask what you call brief?" Mr. Sabin looked out of the carriage window. "We are already," he said, "on the way to England." Felix laughed. "This," he said, "is like old times." Mr. Sabin smiled. "The system of espionage here," he remarked, "is painfully primitive. It lacks finesse and judgment. The fact that I have taken expensive rooms on the Campagna, and that I have sent many packages there, that my own belongings are still in my rooms untouched, seems to our friends conclusive evidence that I am going to attempt to leave America by that boat. They have, I believe, a warrant for my arrest on some ridiculous charge which they intend to present at the last moment. They will not have the opportunity. But there is no other steamer sailing tomorrow, is there?" Felix asked. "Not from New York," Mr. Sabin answered, "but it was never my intention to sail from New York. We are on our way to Boston now, and we sail in the Saxonia at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." "We appear to be stopping at the Waldorf," Felix remarked. "It is quite correct," Mr. Sabin answered. "Follow me through the hall as quickly as possible. There is another carriage waiting at the other entrance, and I expect to find in it Deussen and my dressing case." They alighted and made their way through the crowded vestibules. At the 34th Street entrance a carriage was drawn up. Deussen was standing upon the pavement, his pale, nervous face whiter than ever under the electric light. Mr. Sabin stopped short. "Felix," he said, "one word. If by any chance things have gone wrong they will not have made any arrangements to detain you. Catch the midnight train to Boston and embark on the Saxonia. There will be a cable for you at Liverpool. But the moment you leave me send this dispatch." Felix nodded and put the crumpled-up piece of paper in his pocket. The two men passed on. Deussen took off his hat, but his fingers were trembling. The carriage door was opened and a tall, spare man descended. "This is Mr. Sabin," he remarked. Mr. Sabin bowed. "That is my name," he admitted, "by which I have been generally called in this democratic country. What is your business with me?" "I rather guess that you're my prisoner," the man answered. "If you'll step right in here we can get away quietly." "The suggestion," Mr. Sabin remarked, "sounds inviting, but I am somewhat pressed for time." Might I inquire the nature of the charge you have against me? They'll tell you that at the office, the man answered. Get in, please. Mr. Sabin looked around for Felix, but he had disappeared. He took out his cigarette case. You will permit me first to light a cigarette, he remarked. All right, only look sharp. Mr. Sabin kept silence in the carriage. The drive was a long one. When they descended he looked up at Deussen, who sat upon the box. Deussen, he said, and his voice, though low, was terrible, I see that I can be mistaken in men. You are a villain. The man sprung to his feet, hat in hand. His face was wrung with emotion. Your Grace, he said, it is true that I betrayed you. But I did it without reward. I am a ruined man. I did it because the orders which came to me were such as I dare not disobey. Here are your keys, your Grace, and money. Mr. Sabin looked at him steadily. You, too, Deussen. I too, alas, your Grace. Mr. Sabin considered for a moment. Deussen, he said, I retain you in my service. Take my luggage on board the Campania tomorrow afternoon, and pay the bill at the hotel. I shall join you on the boat. Deussen was amazed. The man who was standing by laughed. If you take my advice, sir, he remarked, you'll order your clothes to be sent here. I've a kind of fancy the Campania will sail without you tomorrow. You have my orders, Deussen, Mr. Sabin said. You can rely upon seeing me. The detective led the way into the building, and opened the door leading into a large, barely furnished office. Chief's gone home for the night, I guess, he remarked. We can fix up a shakedown for you in one of the rooms behind. I thank you, Mr. Sabin said, sitting down in a high-backed wooden chair. I decline to move until the charge against me is properly explained. There is no one here to do it just now, the man answered. Better make yourself comfortable for a bit. You detain me here, then, Mr. Sabin said, without even a sight of your warrant or any intimation as to the charge against me. Oh, the chief will fix all that, the man answered. Don't you worry. Mr. Sabin smiled. In a magnificently furnished apartment somewhere in the neighborhood of Fifth Avenue a small party of men was seated round a card table piled with chips and rolls of bills. On the sideboard there was a great collection of empty bottles, spirit decanters and Vichy siphons. Mr. Aura was helping himself to brandy and water with one hand and holding himself up with the other. There was a knock at the door. A man who was still playing looked up. He was about 50 years of age, clean-shaven, with vacuous eyes and a weak mouth. He was the host of the party. Come in, he shouted. A young man entered in a long black overcoat and soft hat. He looked about him without surprise, but he seemed to note Mr. Horse's presence with some concern. The man at the table threw down his cards. What the devil do you want, Smith? An important dispatch from Washington has just arrived, sir. I have brought it up with the codebook. From Washington at this time of the night, he exclaimed thickly. Come in here, Smith. He raised the curtains leading into a small anteroom, and turned up the electric light. His clerk laid the message down on the table before him. Here is the dispatch, Mr. Mace, he said, and here is the translation. English ambassador demands immediate explanation of arrested Duke Souspenier at Waldorf tonight. Reply immediately what charge and evidence. Souspenier naturalized Englishman. Mr. Mace sprang to his feet with an oath. He threw aside the curtain which shielded the room from the larger apartment. Aura, come here, you damned fool. Aura, with a stream of magnificent invectives, obeyed the summons. His host pointed to the message. Read that. Mr. Aura read and his face grew even more repulsive. A dull purple flush suffused his cheeks, his eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead stood out like cords. He leaned for several moments against the table and steadily cursed Mr. Sabin, the government at Washington, and something under his breath which he did not dare to name openly. Oh, shut up, his host said at last. How the devil are we going to get out of this? Mr. Aura left the room and returned with a tumbler full of brandy and a very little water. Take a drink yourself, he said. It'll steady you. Oh, I'm steady enough, Mr. Mace replied impatiently. I want to know how you're going to get us out of this. What was the charge, anyhow? Passing forged bills, Aura answered. Parsons fixed it up. Mr. Mace turned a shade paler. Where the devil's the sense in a charge like that? He answered fiercely. The man's a millionaire. He'll turn the tables on us nicely. We've got to keep him till after the Campania sails, anyhow, Aura said doggedly. We're not going to keep him 10 minutes, Mace replied. I'm going to sign the order for his release. Horse's speech was thick with drunken fury. I'll see that you don't," he exclaimed. Mace turned upon him angrily. "You selfish fool," he muttered. "You're not in the thing, anyhow. If you think I'm going to risk my position for the sake of one little job, you're wrong. I shall go down myself and release him, with an apology." "He'll have his revenge all the same," Aura answered. "It's too late now to funk the thing. They can't budge you. We'll see to that. We hold New York in our hands. Be a man, Mace, and run a little risk. It's 50,000. Mace looked up at him curiously. "What do you get out of it, Aura?" Horse's face hardened. "Not 1 cent, he declared fiercely. "Only if I fail it might be unpleasant for me next time I crossed." "I don't know," Mace declared weakly. "I don't know what to do. It's 12 hours, Aura, and the charge is ridiculous. You have me behind you." "I can't tell them that at Washington," Mace said. "It's a fact, all the same. Don't be so damned nervous." Mace dismissed his clerk, and found his other guests, too, on the point of departure. But the last had scarcely left before a servant entered with another dispatch. "Release Sauspenia." Mace handed it to his companion. "This settles it," he declared. "I shall go round and try and make my peace with the fellow." Aura stood in the way, burly, half-drunk and vicious. He struck his host in the face with clenched fist. Mace went down with scarcely a groan. A servant, hearing the fall, came hurrying back. "Your master is drunk and he has fallen down," Aura said. "Put him to bed, give him a sleeping draught if you've got one." The servant bent over the unconscious man. "Hadn't I better fetch a doctor, sir?" he asked. "I'm afraid he's hurt." "Not he," Aura answered contemptuously. "He's cut his cheek a little, that's all. Put him to bed. Say I shall be round again by 9 o'clock. Aura put on his coat and left the house. The morning sunlight was flooding the streets. Away downtown, Mr. Sabin was dozing in his high-backed chair. Chapter 9. Felix, after an uneventful voyage, landed duly at Liverpool. To his amazement, the first person he saw upon the quay was Mr. Sabin, leaning upon his stick and smoking a cigarette. "Come, come, Felix," he exclaimed. "Don't look at me as though I were a ghost. You have very little confidence in me, after all, I see. But, how did you get here?" "The Campania, of course. I had plenty of time. It was easy enough for those fellows to arrest me, but they never had a chance of holding me." "But how did you get away in time?" Mr. Sabin sighed. "It was very simple," he said. "One day, while one of those wonderful spies was sleeping on my doormat, I slipped away and went over to Washington, saw the English ambassador, convinced him of my bona fides, told him very nearly the whole truth. He promised if I wired him that I was arrested to take my case up at once. You sent the dispatch, and he kept his word. I breakfasted on Saturday morning at the Waldorf, and though a great dray was driven into my carriage on the way to the boat, I escaped, as I always do, and here I am." "Unhurt," Felix remarked with a smile, as usual. Mr. Sabin nodded. "The driver of my carriage was killed, and Deucen had his arm broken," he said. "I stepped out of the debris without a scratch. Come into the customs house now and get your baggage through. I have taken a coupe on the special train and ordered lunch." Before long they were on the way to London. Mr. Sabin, whilst luncheon was being served, talked only of the lightest matters. But afterwards, when coffee was served and he had lit a cigarette, he leaned over towards Felix. "Felix," he said, "your sister is dear to you." "She is the only creature on earth," Felix said, "whom I care for. She is very dear to me, indeed." "Am I right," Mr. Sabin asked, "in assuming that the old enmity between us is dead, that the last few years has wiped away the old soreness?" "Yes," Felix answered. "I know that she was happy with you. That is enough for me. You and I," Mr. Sabin continued, "must work out her salvation. Do not be afraid that I am going to ask you impossibilities. I know that our ways must lie apart. You can go to her at once. It may be many, many months before I can catch even a glimpse of her. Never mind, let me feel that she has you within the circle, and I without, with our lives devoted to her." "You may rely upon that," Felix answered. "Wherever she is I am going. I shall be there. I will watch over her." Mr. Sabin sighed. "The more difficult task is mine," he said, "but I have no fear of failure. I shall find her surrounded by spies, by those who are now my enemies. Still, they will find it hard to shake me off. It may be that they took her from me only out of revenge. If that be so, my task will be easier. If there are other dangers which she is called upon to face, it is still possible that they might accept my service instead." "You would give it," Felix exclaimed. To the last drop of blood in my body, Mr. Sabin answered. Save for my love for her I am a dead man upon the earth. I have no longer politics or ambition. So the past can easily be expunged. Those who must be her guiding influence shall be mine. You will win her back, Felix said. I am sure of it. I am willing to pay any price on earth, Mr. Sabin answered. If they can forget the past I can. I want you to remember this. I want her to know it. I want 'em to know it. That is all, Felix. Mr. Sabin leaned back in his seat. He had left this country last a stricken and defeated man, left it with the echoes of his ruined schemes crashing in his ears. He came back to it a man with one purpose only, and that such a purpose as never before had guided him, the love of a woman. Was it a sign of age, he wondered, this return to the humanities? His life had been full of great schemes, he had wielded often a gigantic influence, more than once he had made history. And now the love of these things had gone from him. Their fascination was powerless to quicken by a single beat his steady pulse. Monarchy or republic, what did he care? It was Lucille he wanted, the woman who had shown him how sweet even defeat might be, who had made these 3 years of his life so happy that they seemed to have passed in one delightful dream. Were they dead, annihilated, these old ambitions, the old love of great doings, or did they only slumber? He moved in his seat uneasily. At Euston the two men separated with a silent handshake. Mr. Sabin drove to one of the largest and newest of the modern hotels de luxe. He entered his name as Mr. Sabin. The old exile's hatred of using his title in a foreign country had become a confirmed habit with him, and mingled freely with the crowds who thronged into the restaurant at night. There were many faces which he remembered, there were a few who remembered him. He neither courted nor shunned observation. He sat at dinner time at a retired table, and found himself watching the people with a stir of pleasure. Afterwards he went round to a famous club, of which he had once been made a life member, but towards midnight he was wearied of the dull decorum of his surroundings, and returning to the hotel, sought the restaurant once more. The stream of people coming in to supper was greater even than at dinner time. He found a small table, and ordered some oysters. The sight of this bevy of pleasure-seekers, all apparently with multitudes of friends, might have engendered a sense of loneliness in a man of different disposition. To Mr. Sabin his isolation was a luxury. He had an uninterrupted opportunity of pursuing his favorite study. There entered a party towards midnight, to meet whom the head waiter himself came hurrying from the further end of the room, and whose arrival created a little buzz of interest. The woman who formed the central figure of the little group had for 2 years known no rival either at court or in society. She was the most beautiful woman in England, beautiful too with all the subtle grace of her royal descent. There were women upon the stage whose faces might have borne comparison with hers, but there was not one who in a room would not have sunk into insignificance by her side. Her movements, her carriage were incomparable, the inherited gifts of a race of women born in palaces. Mr. Sabin, who neither shunned nor courted observation, watched her with a grim smile which was not devoid of bitterness. Suddenly she saw him. With a little cry of wonder she came towards him with outstretched hands. "It is marvelous," she exclaimed. "You, really you." He bowed low over her hands. "It is I, dear Helen," he answered. "A moment ago I was dreaming. I thought that I was back once more at Versailles, and in the presence of my queen." She laughed softly. "There may be no Versailles," she murmured, "but you will be a courtier to the end of your days." "At least," he said, "believe me that my congratulations come from my heart. Your happiness is written in your face, and your husband must be the proudest man in England." He was standing now by her side, and he held out his hand to Mr. Sabin. "I hope, sir," he said pleasantly, "that you bear me no ill will." "It would be madness," Mr. Sabin answered. "To be the most beautiful peeress in England is perhaps for Helen a happier fate than to be the first queen of a new dynasty." "And you, uncle," Helen said, "you are back from your exile then. How often I have felt disposed to smile when I thought of you, of all men, in America." "I went into exile," Mr. Sabin answered, "and I found paradise. The 3 years which have passed since I saw you last have been the happiest of my life." "Lucille," Helen exclaimed. "Is my wife," Mr. Sabin answered. "Delightful," Helen murmured. "She is with you then, I hope." "Indeed, I felt sure that I saw her the other night at the opera." "At the opera." Mr. Sabin for a moment was silent. He would have been ashamed to confess that his heart was beating strongly, that a crowd of eager questions trembled upon his lips. He recovered himself after a moment. "Lucille is not with me for the moment," he said in measured tones. I am detaining you from your guests, Helen. If you will permit me, I will call upon you. Won't you join us? Lord Camperdown asked courteously. We are only a small party, the Portuguese ambassador and his wife, the Duke of Medchester, and Stanley Philipson. Mr. Sabin rose at once. I shall be delighted, he said. Lord Camperdown hesitated for a moment.
I present Monsieur le Duc de South-Pigny, I presume,
he remarked, smiling. Mr. Sabin bowed. I am Mr. Sabin, he said, at the hotels and places where one travels. To my friends I have no longer an incognito. It is not necessary. It was a brilliant little supper party, and Mr. Sabin contributed at least his share to the general entertainment. Before they dispersed he had to bring out his tablets to make notes of his engagements. He stood on the top of the steps above the palm court to wish them goodbye, leaning on his stick. Helen turned back and waved her hand. He is unchanged, she murmured, yet I fear that there must be trouble. Why? He seemed cheerful enough, her husband remarked. She dropped her voice a little. Lucille is in London. She is staying at Dorset House. Chapter 10. Mr. Sabin was deep in thought. He sat in an easy chair with his back to the window, his hands crossed upon his stick, his eyes fixed upon the fire. Dewson was moving noiselessly about the room, cutting the morning's supply of newspapers and setting them out upon the table. His master was in a mood which he had been taught to respect. It was Mr. Sabin who broke the silence. Dewson. Your Grace. I have always, as you know, ignored your somewhat anomalous position as the servant of one man and the slave of a society. The questions which I am about to ask you can answer or not, according to your own apprehensions of what is due to each. I thank your Grace. My departure from America seemed to incite the most violent opposition on the part of your friends. As you know, it was with a certain amount of difficulty that I reached this country. Now, however, I am left altogether alone. I have not received a single warning letter. My comings and goings, although purposely devoid of the slightest secrecy, are absolutely undisturbed. Yet I have some reason to believe that your mistress is in London. Your Grace will pardon me, Dewson said, but there is outside a gentleman waiting to see you to whom you might address the same questions with better results, for compared with him I know nothing. It is Monsieur Felix. Why have you kept him waiting? Mr. Sabin asked. Your Grace was much absorbed, Dewson answered. Felix was smoking a cigarette, and Mr. Sabin greeted him with a certain grim cordiality. Is this permitted, this visit? He asked, himself selecting a cigarette and motioning his guest to a chair. It is even encouraged, Felix answered. You have perhaps some message? None. I am glad to see you, Mr. Sabin said. Just now I am a little puzzled. I will put the matter to you. You shall answer or not, at your own discretion. I am ready, Felix declared. You know the difficulty with which I escaped from America, Mr. Sabin continued. Every means which ingenuity could suggest seemed brought to bear against me. And every movement was directed, if not from here, from some place in Europe. Well, I arrived here 4 days ago. I live quite openly, I have even abjured to some extent my incognito. Yet I have not received even a warning letter. I am left absolutely undisturbed. Felix looked at him thoughtfully. And what do you deduce from this? He asked. I do not like it, Mr. Sabin answered dryly. After all, Felix remarked, it is to some extent natural. The very openness of your life here makes interference with you more difficult, and as to warning letters, well, you have proved the uselessness of them. Perhaps, Mr. Sabin answered. At the same time, if I were a superstitious person I should consider this an action ominous. You must take account also, Felix said, of the difference in the countries. In England the police system, if not the most infallible in the world, is certainly the most incorruptible. There was never a country in which security of person and life was so keenly watched over as here. In America, up to a certain point, a man is expected to look after himself. The same feeling does not prevail here. Mr. Sabin assented. And therefore, he remarked, for the purposes of your friends I should consider this a difficult and unpromising country in which to work. Other countries, other methods. Felix remarked laconically. Exactly. It is the new methods which I am anxious to discover, Mr. Sabin said. No glimmering of them as yet has been vouchsafed to me. Yet I believe that I am right in assuming that for the moment London is the headquarters of your friends, and that Lucille is here. If that is meant for a question, Felix said, I may not answer it. Mr. Sabin nodded. Yet, he suggested, your visit has an object. To discover my plans perhaps. You are welcome to them. Felix thoughtfully knocked the ashes off his cigarette. My visit had an object, he admitted, but it was a personal one. I am not actually concerned in the doings of those whom you have called my friends. We are alone, Mr. Sabin reminded him. My time is yours. You and I, Felix said, have had our periods of bitter enmity. With your marriage to Lucille these, so far as I am concerned, ended forever. I will even admit that in my younger days I was prejudiced against you. That has passed away. You have been all your days a bold and unscrupulous schemer, but ends have at any rate been worthy ones. Today I am able to regard you with feelings of friendliness. You are the husband of my dear sister, and for years I know that you made her very happy. I ask you, will you believe in this statement of my attitude towards you? I do not for a single moment doubt it, Mr. Sabin answered. You will regard the advice which I am going to offer as disinterested. Certainly. Then I offer it to you earnestly, and with my whole heart. Take the next steamer and go back to America. And leave Lucille. Go without making any effort to see her. Yes. Mr. Sabin was for a moment very serious indeed. The advice given in such a manner was full of forebodings to him. The lines from the corners of his mouth seemed graven into his face. Felix, he said slowly, I am sometimes conscious of the fact that I am passing into that period of life which we call old age. My ambitions are dead, my energies are weakened. For many years I have toiled, the time has come for rest. Of all the great passions which I have felt there remains but one, Lucille. Life without her is worth nothing to me. I am weary of solitude, I am weary of everything except Lucille. How then can I listen to such advice? For me it must be Lucille, or that little journey into the mists, from which one does not return. Felix was silent. The pathos of this thing touched him. I will not dispute the right of those who have taken her from me, Mr. Sabin continued, but I want her back. She is necessary to me. My purse, my life, my brains are there to be thrown into the scales. I will buy her, or fight for her, or rejoin their ranks myself. But I want her back. Still Felix was silent. He was looking steadfastly into the fire. You have heard me, Mr. Sabin said. I have heard you, Felix answered. My advice stands. I know now, Mr. Sabin said, that I have a hard task before me. They shall have me for a friend or an enemy. I can still make myself felt as either. You have nothing more to say. Nothing. Then let us part company, Mr. Sabin said, or talk of something more cheerful. You depress me, Felix. Let Deucen bring us wine. You look like a death's head. Felix roused himself. You will go your own way, he said. Now that you have chosen I will tell you this. I am glad. Yes, let Deucen bring wine. I will drink to your health and to your success. There have been times when men have performed miracles. I shall drink to that miracle. Deucen brought also a letter, which Mr. Sabin, with a nod towards Felix, opened. It was from Helen. 15 Park Lane, London, Thursday morning. My dear uncle. I want you to come to luncheon today. The Princess de Catalan is here, and I am expecting also Mr. Brott, the Home Secretary, our one great politician, you know. Many people say that he is the most interesting man in England, and must be our next Prime Minister. Such people interest you, I know. Do come. Yours sincerely, Helen. Mr. Sabin repeated the name to himself as he stood for a moment with the letter in his hand. Brott, what a name for a statesman. Well, here is your health, Felix. I do not often drink wine in the morning, but... He broke off in the middle of his sentence. The glass which Felix had been in the act of raising to his lips lay shattered upon the floor, and a little stream of wine trickled across the carpet. Felix himself seemed scarcely conscious of the disaster. His cheeks were white, and he leaned across the table towards Mr. Sabin. What name did you say, what name? Mr. Sabin referred again to the letter which he held in his hand. Brott, he repeated. He is Home Secretary, I believe. What do you know about him? Nothing, Mr. Sabin answered. My niece, the Countess of Camperdown, asks me to meet him today at luncheon. Explain yourself, my young friend. There is a fresh glass by your side. Felix poured himself out a glass and drank it off. But he remained silent. Well, Felix picked up his gloves and stick. You are asked to meet Mr. Brott at luncheon today. Yes. Are you going? Certainly. Felix nodded. Very good, he said. I should advise you to cultivate his acquaintance. He is a very extraordinary man. Come, Felix, Mr. Sabin said. You owe me something more lucid in the way of explanations. Who is he? A statesman, successful, ambitious. He expects to be Prime Minister. And what have I to do with him, or he with me? Mr. Sabin asked quietly. Felix shook his head. I cannot tell you, he said. Yet I fancy that you and he may some time be drawn together. Mr. Sabin asked no more questions, but he promptly sat down and accepted his niece's invitation. When he looked round, Felix had gone. He rang the bell for Deussen and handed him the note. My town clothes, Deussen, he ordered. I am lunching out. The man bowed and withdrew. Mr. Sabin remained for a few moments in deep thought. Brott, he repeated. Brott, it is a singular name. Chapter 11. So this was the man. Mr. Sabin did not neglect his luncheon, nor was he ever for a moment unmindful of the grey-headed princess who chatted away by his side with all the vivacity of her race and sex. But he watched Mr. Brott. A man this. Mr. Sabin was a judge, and he appraised him rightly. He saw through that courteous geniality of tone and gesture. The ready-made smile, although it seemed natural enough, did not deceive him. Underneath was a man of iron, square-jawed, nervous, forceful. Mr. Brott was probably at that time the ablest politician of either party in the country. Mr. Sabin knew it. He found himself wondering exactly at what point of their lives this man and he would come into contact. After luncheon Helen brought them together. I believe, she said to Mr. Brott, that you have never met my uncle. May I make you formally acquainted? Uncle, this is Mr. Brott, whom you must know a great deal about even though you have been away for so long, the Duc de Souspenier. The two men bowed and Helen passed on. Mr. Sabin leaned upon his stick and watched keenly for any sign in the other's face. If he expected to find it, he was disappointed. Either this man had no knowledge of who he was, or those things which were to come between them were as yet unborn. They strolled together after the other guests into the winter gardens, which were the envy of every hostess in London. Mr. Sabin lit a cigarette. Mr. Brott regretfully declined. He neither smoked nor drank wine. Yet he was disposed to be friendly, and selected a seat where they were a little apart from the other guests. You at least, he remarked, in answer to an observation of Mr. Sabin's, are free from the tyranny of politics. I am assuming, of course, that your country under its present form of government has lost its hold upon you. Mr. Sabin smiled. It is a doubtful boon, he said. It is true that I am practically an exile. Republican France has no need of me. Had I been a soldier I could still have remained a patriot. But for one whose leanings were towards politics, neither my father before me nor I could be of service to our country. You should be thankful, he continued with a slight smile, that you are an Englishman. No constitution in the world can offer so much to the politician who is strong enough and fearless enough. Mr. Brott glanced towards his twinkling eyes. Do you happen to know what my politics are? He asked. Mr. Sabin hesitated. Your views, I know, are advanced, he said. For the rest I have been abroad for years. I have lost touch a little with affairs in this country. I am afraid, Mr. Brott said, that I shall shock you. You are an aristocrat of the aristocrats, i.e. Democrat of the Democrats. The people are the only masters whom I own. They first sent me to Parliament. Yet, Mr. Sabin remarked, you are, I understand, in the cabinet. Mr. Brott glanced for a moment around. The Prime Minister was somewhere in the winter gardens. That, he declared, is an accident. I happen to be the only man available who could do the work when Lord Kilbrick died. I am telling you only what is an open secret. But I am afraid I am boring you. Shall we join the others? Not unless you yourself are anxious to, Mr. Sabin begged. It is scarcely fair to detain you talking to an old man when there are so many charming women here. But I should be sorry for you to think me hidebound in my prejudices. You must remember that the revolution decimated my family. It was a long time ago, but the horror of it is still a live thing. Yet it was the natural outcome, Mr. Brott said, of the things which went before. Such hideous misgovernment as generations of your countrymen had suffered was logically bound to bring its own reprisal. There is truth in what you say, Mr. Sabin admitted. He did not want to talk about the French Revolution. You are a stranger in London, are you not? Mr. Brott asked. I feel myself one, Mr. Sabin answered. I have been away for a few years, and I do not think that there is a city in the world where social changes are so rapid. I should perhaps except the cities of the country from which I have come. But then America is a universe of itself. For an instant Mr. Brott gave signs of the man underneath. The air of polite interest had left his face. He glanced swiftly and keenly at his companion. Mr. Sabin's expression was immutable. It was he who scored, for he marked the change, whilst Mr. Brott could not be sure whether he had noticed it or not. You have been living in America, then? For several years, yes. It is a country, Mr. Brott said, which I am particularly anxious to visit. I see my chances, however, grow fewer and fewer as the years go by. For one like yourself, Mr. Sabin said, whose instincts and sympathies are wholly with the democracy, a few months in America would be very well spent. And you, Mr. Brott remarked, how did you get on with the people? Mr. Sabin traced a pattern with his stick upon the marble floor. I lived in the country, he said, I played golf and read and rested. Were you anywhere near New York? Mr. Brott asked. A few hours' journey only, Mr. Sabin answered. My home was in a very picturesque part, near Lenox. Mr. Brott leaned a little forward. You perhaps know then a lady who spent some time in that neighborhood, a Mrs. James Peterson. Her husband was, I believe, the American consul in Vienna. Mr. Sabin smiled very faintly. His face betrayed no more than a natural and polite interest. There was nothing to indicate the fact that his heart was beating like the heart of a young man, that the blood was rushing hot through his veins. Yes, he said, I know her very well. Is she in London? Mr. Brott hesitated. He seemed a little uncertain how to continue. To tell you the truth, he said, I believe that she has reasons for desiring her present whereabouts to remain unknown. I should perhaps not have mentioned her name at all. It was, I fancy, indiscreet of me. The coincidence of hearing you mention the name of the place where I believe she resided surprised my question. With your permission we will abandon the subject. You disappoint me, Mr. Sabin said quietly. It would have given me much pleasure to have resumed my acquaintance with the lady in question. You will, without doubt, have an opportunity, Mr. Brott said, glancing at his watch and suddenly rising. Dear me, how the time goes. He rose to his feet. Mr. Sabin also rose. Must I understand, he said in a low tone, that you are not at liberty to give me Mrs. Peterson's address? I am not at liberty even, Mr. Brott answered, with a frown, to mention her name. It will give me great pleasure, Duke, to better my acquaintance with you. Will you dine with me at the House of Commons one night next week? I shall be charmed, Mr. Sabin answered. My address for the next few days is at the Carlton. I am staying there under my family name of Sabin, Mr. Sabin. It is a fancy of mine, it has been ever since I became an alien, to use my title as little as possible. Mr. Brott looked for a moment puzzled. Your pseudonym, he remarked thoughtfully, seems very familiar to me. Mr. Sabin shrugged his shoulders. It is a family name, he remarked, but I flattered myself that it was at least uncommon. Fancy, no doubt, Mr. Brott remarked, turning to make his adieu to his hostess. Mr. Sabin joined a fresh group of idlers under the palms. Mr. Brott lingered over his farewells. Your uncle, Lady Camperdown, he said, is delightful. I enjoy meeting new types, and he represents to me most perfectly the old order of French aristocracy. I am glad, Helen said, that you found him interesting. I felt sure you would. In fact, I asked him especially to meet you. You are the most thoughtful of hostesses, he assured her. By the by, your uncle has just told me the name by which he is known at the hotel. Mr. Sabin. Sabin. It recalls something to my mind. I cannot exactly remember what. She smiled upon him. People generally forgot things when Helen smiled. It is an odd fancy of his to like his titles so little, she remarked. At heart no one is prouder of their family and antecedents. I have heard him say, though, that an exile had better leave behind him even his name. Sabin. Mr. Brott repeated. Sabin. It is an old family name, she murmured. His face suddenly cleared. She knew that he had remembered. But he took his leave with no further reference to it. Sabin, he repeated to himself when alone in his carriage. That was the name of the man who was supposed to be selling plans to the German government. Paul Renshaw was in a terrible stew about it. Sabin, an uncommon name. He had ordered the coachman to drive to the House of Commons. Suddenly he pulled the check string. Call at Dorset House, he directed. Mr. Sabin lingered till nearly the last of the guests had gone. Then he led Helen once more into the Winter Gardens. May I detain you for one moment's gossip? He asked. I see your carriage at the door. She laughed. It is nothing, she declared. I must drive in the park for an hour. One sees one's friends, and it is cool and refreshing after these heated rooms. But at any time, talk to me as long as you will, and then I will drop you at the Carlton. It is of Brott, he remarked. Ah, I thank you, I will smoke. Your husband's taste in cigarettes is excellent. Perhaps mine. She laughed. Mr. Sabin shrugged his shoulders. In either case I congratulate you. This man Brott. He interests me. He interests everyone. Why not? He is a great personality. Politically, Mr. Sabin said, the gauge of his success is of course the measure of the man. But he himself, what manner of a man is he? She tapped with her fingers upon the little table by their side. He is rich, she said, and an uncommon mixture of the student and the man of society. He refuses many more invitations than he accepts, he entertains very seldom but very magnificently. He has never been known to pay marked attentions to any woman, even the scandal of the clubs has passed him by. What else can I say about him, I wonder? She continued reflectively. Nothing, I think, except this. He is a strong man. You know that counts for much. Mr. Sabin was silent. Perhaps he was measuring his strength in some imagined encounter with this man. Something in his face alarmed Helen. She suddenly leaned forward and looked at him more closely. Uncle, she exclaimed in a low voice, there is something on your mind. Do not tell me that once more you are in the maze, that again you have schemes against this country. He smiled at her sadly enough, but she was reassured. You need have no fear, he told her. With politics, I have finished. Why I am here, what I am here for I will tell you very soon. It is to find one whom I have lost, and who is dear to me. Forgive me if for today I say no more. Come, if you will you shall drive me to my hotel. He offered his arm with the courtly grace which he knew so well how to assume. Together they passed out to her carriage. Chapter 12. After all, Lady Carey sighed, throwing down a racing calendar and lighting a cigarette, London is the only thoroughly civilized Anglo-Saxon capital in the world. Please don't look at me like that, Duchess. I know, this is your holy of holies, but the Duke smokes here, I've seen him. My cigarettes are very tiny and very harmless. The Duchess, who wore gold-rimmed spectacles, and was a person of weight in the councils of the Primrose League, went calmly on with her knitting. My dear Muriel, she said, if my approval or disapproval was of the slightest moment to you, it is not your smoking of which I should first complain. I know, however, that you consider yourself a privileged person. Pray do exactly as you like, but don't drop the ashes upon the carpet. Lady Carey laughed softly. I suppose I am rather a thorn in your side as a relative, she remarked. You must put it down to the roving blood of my ancestors. I could no more live the life of you other women than I could fly. I must have excitement, movement, all the time. A tall, heavily built man, who had been reading some letters at the other end of the room, came sauntering up to them. Well, he said, you assuredly live up to your principles, for you travel all over the world as though it were one vast playground. And sometimes, she remarked, my journeys are not exactly successful. I know that is what you are dying to say. On the contrary, he said, I do not blame you at all for this last affair. You brought Lucille here, which was excellent. Your failure as regards Mr. Sabin is scarcely to be fastened upon you. It is Aura whom we hold responsible for that. She laughed. Poor Aura, it was rather rough to pit a creature like that against Souspenia. The man shrugged his shoulders. Aura, he said, may not be brilliant, but he had a great organization at his back. Souspenia was without friends or influence. The contest should scarcely have been so one-sided. To tell you the truth, my dear Muriel, I am more surprised that you yourself should have found the task beyond you. Lady Carey's face darkened. It was too soon after the loss of Lucille, she said, and besides, there was his vanity to be reckoned with. It was like a challenge to him, and he had taken up the glove before I returned to New York. The Duchess looked up from her work. Have you had any conversation with my husband, Prince? She asked. The Prince of Saxe-Leinitzer twirled his heavy moustache and sank into a chair between the two women. I have had a long talk with him, he announced. And the result? The Duchess asked. The result I fear you would scarcely consider satisfactory, the Prince declared. The moment that I hinted at the existence of, conditions of which you, Duchess, are aware, he showed alarm, and I had all that I could do to reassure him. I find it everywhere amongst your aristocracy, this stubborn confidence in the existence of the reigning order of things, this absolute detestation of anything approaching intrigue. My dear man, I hope you don't include me, Lady Carey exclaimed. You, Lady Muriel, he answered, with a slow smile, are an exception to all rules. No, you are a rule by yourself. To revert to the subject then for a moment, the Duchess said stiffly. You have made no progress with the Duke. None whatever, Saxe-Leinitzer admitted. He was sufficiently emphatic to inspire me with every caution. Even now I have doubts as to whether I have altogether reassured him. I really believe, dear Duchess, that we should be better off if you could persuade him to go and live upon his estates. The Duchess smiled grimly. Whilst the House of Lords exists, she remarked, you will never succeed in keeping Algernon away from London. He is always on the point of making a speech, although he never does it. I have heard of that speech, Lady Carey drawled, from her low seat. It is to be a thoroughly enlightening affair. All the great social questions are to be permanently disposed of. The Prime Minister will come on his knees and beg Algernon to take his place. The Duchess looked up over her knitting. Algernon is at least in earnest, she remarked dryly. And he has the good conscience of a clean living and honest man. What an unpleasant possession it must be, Lady Carey remarked sweetly. I disposed of my conscience finally many years ago. I am not sure, but I believe that it was the prince to whom I entrusted the burying of it. By the by, Lucille will be here directly, I suppose. Is she to be told of Southpenny's arrival in London? I imagine, the prince said, with knitted brows, that it will not be wise to keep it from her. It is impossible to conceal her whereabouts, and the papers will very shortly acquaint her with his. And, Lady Carey asked, how does the little affair progress? Admirably, the prince answered. Already some of the society papers are beginning to chatter about the friendship existing between a cabinet minister and a beautiful Hungarian lady of title, etc., etc. The fact of it is that Brott is in deadly earnest. He gives himself away every time. If Lucille has not lost old cleverness, she will be able to twist him presently around her little finger. If only someone would twist him on the rack, the Duchess murmured vindictively. I tried to read one of his speeches the other day. It was nothing more nor less than blasphemy. I do not think that I am naturally a cruel woman, but I would hand such men over to the public executioner with joy. Lucille came in, as beautiful as ever, but with tired lines under her full dark eyes. She sank into a low chair with listless grace. Reginald Brott again, I suppose, she remarked curtly. I wish the man had never existed. That is a very cruel speech, Lucille, the prince said, with a languishing glance towards her, for if it had not been for Brott we should never have dared to call you out from your seclusion. Then more heartily than ever, Lucille declared, I wish the man had never been born. You cannot possibly flatter yourself, Prince, that your summons was a welcome one. He shrugged his shoulders. I shall never be able to believe, he said, that the Countess Radance was able to do more than support existence in a small American town, without society, with no scope for her ambitions, detached altogether from the whole civilized world. Which only goes to prove, Prince, Lucille remarked contemptuously, that you do not understand me in the least. As a place of residence Lennox would compare very favorably with, say Homburg, and for companionship you forget my husband. I never met the woman yet who did not prefer the company of one man, if only it were the right one, to the cosmopolitan throng we call society. It sounds idyllic, but very gauche, Lady Carey remarked dryly. In effect it is rather a blow on the cheek for you, Prince. Of course you know that the Prince is in love with you, Lucille. I wish he were, she answered, looking lazily out of the window. He bent over her. Why? I would persuade him to send me home again, she answered coldly. The Duchess looked up from her knitting. Your husband has saved you the journey, she remarked, even if you were able to work upon the Prince's good nature to such an extent. Lucille started round eagerly. What do you mean? She cried. Your husband is in London, the Duchess answered. Lucille laughed with the gaiety of a child. Like magic the lines from beneath her eyes seemed to have vanished. Lady Carey watched her with pale cheeks and malevolent expression. Come, Prince, she cried mockingly, it was only a week ago that you assured me that my husband could not leave America. Already he is in London. I must go to see him. Oh, I insist upon it. Saxe-Leinitzer glanced towards the Duchess. She laid down her knitting. My dear Countess, she said firmly, I beg that you will listen to me carefully. I speak to you for your own good, and I believe I may add, Prince, that I speak with authority. With authority, the Prince echoed. We all, the Duchess continued, look upon your husband's arrival as inopportune and unfortunate. We are all agreed that you must be kept apart. Certain obligations have been laid upon you. You could not possibly fulfill them with a husband at your elbow. The matter will be put plainly before your husband, as I am now putting it before you. He will be warned not to attempt to see or communicate with you as your husband. If he or you disobey, the consequences will be serious. Lucille shrugged her shoulders. It is easy to talk, she said, but you will not find it easy to keep Victor away when he has found out where I am. The prince intervened. We have no objection to your meeting, he said, but it must be as acquaintances. There must be no intermission or slackening in your task, and that can only be properly carried out by the Countess Radisson from Dorset House. Lucille smothered her disappointment. Dear me, she said. You will find Victor a little hard to persuade. There was a moment's silence. Then the prince spoke slowly, and watching carefully the effect of his words upon Lucille. Countess, he said, it has been our pleasure to make of your task so far as possible a holiday. Yet perhaps it is wiser to remind you that underneath the glove is an iron hand. We do not often threaten, but we brook no interference. We have the means to thwart it. I bear no ill will to your husband, but to you I say this. If he should be so mad as to defy us, to incite you to disobedience, he must pay the penalty. A servant entered. Mr. Reginald Brott is in the small drawing-room, Your Grace, he announced. He inquired for the Countess Radisson. Lucille rose. When the servant had disappeared, she turned round for a moment, and faced the prince. A spot of color burned in her cheeks, her eyes were bright with anger. I shall remember your words, Prince, she said. So far from mine being, however, a holiday task, it is one of the most wearisome and unpleasant I ever undertook. And in return for your warnings let me tell you this. If you should bring any harm upon my husband you shall answer for it all your days to me. I will do my duty. Be careful that you do not exceed yours. She swept out of the room. Lady Carey laughed mockingly at the prince. Poor Ferdinand, she exclaimed. Chapter 13. He had been kept waiting longer than usual, and he had somehow the feeling that his visit was ill-timed, when at last she came to him. He looked up eagerly as she entered the little reception room which he had grown to know so well during the last few weeks, and it struck him for the first time that her welcome was a little forced, her eyes a little weary. I haven't, he said apologetically, the least right to be here. At least, she murmured, I may be permitted to remind you that you are here without an invitation. The worse luck, he said, that one should be necessary. This is the 1 hour of the day, she remarked, sinking into a large easy chair, which I devote to repose. How shall I preserve my fleeting youth if you break in upon it in this ruthless manner? If I could only truthfully say that I was sorry, he answered, but I can't. I am here, and I would rather be here than anywhere else in the world. She looked at him with curving lips, and even he, who had watched her often, could not tell whether that curve was of scorn or mirth. They told me, she said impressively, that you were different, a woman-hater, honest, gruff, a little cynical. Yet those are the speeches of your salad days. What a disenchantment. The things which one invents when one is young, he said, come perhaps fresh from the heart in later life. The words may sound the same, but there is a difference. Come, she said, you are improving. That at any rate is ingenious. Suppose you tell me now what has brought you here before 4 o'clock, when I am not fit to be seen. He smiled. She shrugged her shoulders. I mean it. I haven't either my clothes or my manners on yet. Come, explain. I met a man who interested me, he answered. He comes from America, from Lenox. He saw her whiten. He saw her fingers clutch the sides of her chair. From Lenox. And his name, the Duke of Souspenia. He takes himself so seriously that he even travels incognito. At the hotel he calls himself Mr. Sabin. Indeed, I wondered whether you might not know him. Yes, I know him. And in connection with this man, Brott continued, I have something in the nature of a confession to make. I forgot for a moment your request. I even mentioned your name. The pallor had spread to her cheeks, even to her lips. Yet her eyes were soft and brilliant, so brilliant that they fascinated him. What did he say? What did he ask? He asked for your address. Don't be afraid. I made some excuse. I did not give it. For the life of him he could not tell whether she was pleased or disappointed. She had turned her shoulder to him. She was looking steadily out of the window, and he could not see her face. Why are you curious about him? She asked. I wish I knew. I think only because he came from Lenox. She turned her face slowly round towards him. He was astonished to see the dark rings under her eyes, the weariness of her smile. The Duke of Souspenia, she said slowly, is an old and a dear friend of mine. When you tell me that he is in London I am anxious because there are many here who are not his friends, who have no cause to love him. I was wrong then, he said, not to give him your address. You were right, she answered. I am anxious that he should not know it. You will remember this. He rose and bowed over her hand. This has been a selfish interlude, he said. I have destroyed your rest, and I almost fear that I have also disturbed your peace of mind. Let me take my leave and pray that you may recover both. She shook her head. Do not leave me, she said. I am low-spirited. You shall stay and cheer me. There was a light in his eyes which few people would have recognized. She rose with a little laugh and stood leaning towards the fire, her elbow upon the broad mantel, tall, graceful, alluring. Her soft crimson gown, with its wealth of old lace, fell around her in lines and curves full of grace. The pallor of her face was gone now, the warmth of the fire burned her cheeks. Her voice became softer. Sit down and talk to me, she murmured. Do you remember the old days, when you were a very timid young secretary of Sir George Nomsom, and I was a maid of honor at the Viennese court? Dear me, how you have changed. Time, he said, will not stand still for all of us. Yet my memory tells me how possible it would be, for indeed those days seem but as yesterday. He looked up at her with a sudden jealousy. His tone shook with passion. No one would have recognized Brott now. In his fiercest hour of debate, his hour of greatest trial, he had worn his mask, always master of himself and his speech. And now he had cast it off. His eyes were hungry, his lips twitched. As yesterday, Lucille, I could kill you when I think of those days. For 20 years your kiss has lain upon my lips, and with you, it has been different. She laughed softly upon him, laughed more with her eyes than with her lips. She watched him curiously. Dear me, she murmured, what would you have? I am a woman, I have been a woman all my days, and the memory of one kiss grows cold. So I will admit that with me, it has been different. Come, what then? He groaned. I wonder, he said, what miserable fate, what cursed stroke of fortune brought you once more into my life. She threw her head back and laughed at him, this time heartily, unaffectedly. What adorable candor, she exclaimed. My dear friend, how amiable you are. He looked at her steadfastly, and somehow the laugh died away from her lips. Lucille, will you marry me? Marry you? Certainly not. And why not? For a score of reasons, if you want them, she answered. First, because I think it is delightful to have you for a friend. I can never quite tell what you are going to do or say. As a husband I am almost sure that you would be monotonous. But then, how could you avoid it? It is madness to think of destroying a pleasant friendship in such a manner. You are mocking me, he said sadly. Well, she said, why not? Your own proposal is a mockery. A mockery. My proposal. Yes, she answered steadily. You know quite well that the very thought of such a thing between you and me is an absurdity. I abhor your politics, I detest your party. You are ambitious, I know. You intend to be Prime Minister, a people's Prime Minister. Well, for my part, I hate the people. I am an aristocrat. As your wife I should be in a perfectly ridiculous position. How foolish. You have led me into talking of this thing seriously. Let us forget all this rubbish. He stood before her, waiting patiently, his mouth close set, his manner dogged with purpose. It is not rubbish, he said. It is true that I shall be Prime Minister. It is true also that you will be my wife. She shrank back from him, uneasily. The fire in his eyes, the ring in his tone distressed her. As for my politics, you do not understand them. But you shall. I will convert you to my way of thinking. Yes, I will do that. The cause of the people, of freedom, is the one great impulse which beats through all the world. You too shall hear it. Thank you, she said. I have no wish to hear it. I do not believe in what you call freedom for the people. I have discovered in America how uncomfortable a people's country can be. Yet you married an American. You call yourself still the Countess Radantz. But you married Mr. James B. Peterson. It is true, my friend, she answered. But the American in question was a person of culture and intelligence, and at heart he was no more a Democrat than I am. Further, I am an extravagant woman, and he was a millionaire. And you, after his death, without necessity, went to bury yourself in his country. Why not? I am jealous of every year of your life which lies hidden from me, he said slowly. Dear me, how uncomfortable. Before you reappeared, he said, I had learnt to do without you. I had sealed up the one chapter of my life which had in it anything to do with sentiment. Your coming has altered all that. You have disturbed the focus of my ambitions. Lucille, I have loved you for more than half a lifetime. Isn't it time I had my reward? He took a quick step towards her. In his tone was the ring of mastery, the light in his eyes was compelling. She shrank back, but he seized one of her hands. It lay between his, a cold dead thing. What have my politics to do with it? He asked fiercely. You are not an Englishwoman. Be content that I shall set you far above these gods of my later life. There is my work to be done, and I shall do it. Let me be judge of these things. Believe me that it is a great work. If you are ambitious, give your ambitions into my keeping, and I will gratify them. Only I cannot bear this suspense, these changing moods. Marry me now at once, or send me back to the old life. She drew her fingers away, and sank down into her easy chair. Her head was buried in her hands. Was she thinking or weeping? He could not decide. While he hesitated, she looked up, and he saw that there was no trace of tears upon her face. You are too masterful, she said gently. I will not marry you. I will not give myself body and soul to any man. Yet that is what you ask. I am not a girl. My opinions are as dear to me in their way as yours are to you. You want me to close my eyes while you drop sugar plums into my mouth. That is not my idea of life. I think that you had better go away. Let us forget these things. Very well, he answered. It shall be as you say. He did not wait for her to ring, nor did he attempt any sort of farewell. He simply took up his hat, and before she could realize his intention he had left the room. Lucille sat quite still, looking into the fire. If only, she murmured, if only this were the end. Chapter 14. Deussen entered the sitting room, noiseless as ever, with pale, passionless face, the absolute prototype of the perfect French servant, to whom any expression of vigorous life seems to savor of presumption. He carried a small silver salver, on which reposed a card. The gentleman is in the anteroom, sir, he announced. Mr. Sabin took up the card and studied it. Lord Robert Folkes. Do I know this gentleman, Deussen? Mr. Sabin asked. Not to my knowledge, sir, the man answered. You must show him in, Mr. Sabin said, with a sigh. In this country one must never be rude to a lord. Deussen obeyed. Lord Robert Folkes was a small young man, very carefully groomed, nondescript in appearance. He smiled pleasantly at Mr. Sabin and drew off his gloves. How do you do, Mr. Sabin? He said. Don't remember me, I dare say. Met you once or twice last time you were in London. I wish I could say that I was glad to see you here again. Mr. Sabin's forehead lost its wrinkle. He knew where he was now. Sit down, Lord Robert, he begged. I do not remember you, it is true, but I am getting an old man. My memory sometimes plays me strange tricks. The young man looked at Mr. Sabin and laughed softly. Indeed, Mr. Sabin had very little the appearance of an old man. He was leaning with both hands clasped upon his stick, his face alert, his eyes bright and searching. You carry your years well, Mr. Sabin. Yet while we are on the subject, do you know that London is the unhealthiest city in the world? I am always remarkably well here, Mr. Sabin said dryly. London has changed since your last visit, Lord Robert said, with a gentle smile. Believe me if I say, as your sincere well-wisher, that there is something in the air at present positively unwholesome to you. I am not sure that unwholesome is not too weak a word. Is this official? Mr. Sabin asked quietly. The young man fingered the gold chain which disappeared in his trousers pocket. Need I introduce myself? He asked. Quite unnecessary, Mr. Sabin assured him. Permit me to reflect for a few minutes. Your visit comes upon me as a surprise. Will you smoke? There are cigarettes at your elbow. I am entirely at your service, Lord Robert answered. Thanks, I will try one of your cigarettes. You were always famous for your tobacco. There was a short silence. Mr. Sabin had seldom found it more difficult to see the way before him. I imagined, he said at last, from several little incidents which occurred previous to my leaving New York that my presence here was regarded as superfluous. Do you know, I believe that I could convince you to the contrary. Lord Robert raised his eyebrows. Dear Mr. Sabin, he said, pray reflect. I am a messenger, no more, a hired commissionaire. Mr. Sabin bowed. You are an ambassador, he said. The young man shook his head. You magnify my position, he declared. My errand is done when I remind you that it is many years since you visited Paris, that Vienna is as fascinating a city as ever, and Pest the few hours' journey beyond. But London, no, London is not possible for you. After the 7th day from this, London would be worse than impossible. Mr. Sabin smoked thoughtfully for a few moments. Lord Robert, he said, I have, I believe, the right of a personal appeal. I desire to make it. Lord Robert looked positively distressed. My dear sir, he said, the right of appeal, any right of any sort, belongs only to those within the circle. Exactly, Mr. Sabin agreed. I claim to belong there. Lord Robert shrugged his shoulders. You force me to remind you, he said, of a certain decree, a decree of expulsion passed 5 years ago, and of which I presume due notification was given to you. Mr. Sabin shook his head very slowly. I deny the legality of that decree, he said. There can be no such thing as expulsion. There was Lefanu, Lord Robert murmured. He died, Mr. Sabin answered. That was reasonable enough. Your services had been great, Lord Robert said, and your fault was but venial. Nevertheless, Mr. Sabin said, the one was logical, the other is not. You claim, then, the young man said, to be still within the circle. Certainly. You are aware that this is a very dangerous claim. Mr. Sabin smiled, but he said nothing. Lord Robert hastened to excuse himself. I beg your pardon, he said. I should have known better than to have used such a word to you. Permit me to take my leave. Mr. Sabin rose. I thank you, sir, he said, for the courteous manner in which you have discharged your mission. Lord Robert bowed. My good wishes, he said, are yours. Mr. Sabin when alone called Dewson to him. Have you any report to make, Dewson? He asked. None, sir. Mr. Sabin dismissed him impatiently. After all, I am getting old. He is young and he is strong, a worthy antagonist. Come, let us see what this little volume has to say about him. He turned over the pages rapidly and read aloud. Reginald Cyril Brott, born 18, son of John Reginald Brott, Esq., of Manchester. Educated at Harrow and Merton College, Cambridge, M.A., Ul. D., and winner of the Rudlock History Prize. Also 10th Wrangler. Entered the diplomatic service on leaving college, and served as junior attaché at Vienna. Mr. Sabin laid down the volume, and made a little calculation. At the end of it he had made a discovery. His face was very white and set. I was at Petersburg, he muttered. Now I think of it, I heard something of a young English attaché. But. He touched the bell. Dewson, a carriage. At Camperdown House he learned that Helen was out, shopping, the hall porter believed. Mr. Sabin drove slowly down Bond Street, and was rewarded by seeing her brougham outside a famous milliner's. He waited for her upon the pavement. Presently she came out and smiled her greetings upon him. You were waiting for me? She asked. I saw your carriage. How delightful of you. Let me take you back to luncheon. He shook his head. I am afraid, he said, that I should be poor company. May I drive home with you, at any rate, when you have finished? Of course you may, and for luncheon we shall be quite alone, unless somebody drops in. He took his seat beside her in the carriage. Helen, he said, I am interested in Mr. Brott. No, don't look at me like that. You need have no fear. My interest is in him as a man, and not as a politician. The other days are over and done with now. I am on the defensive and hard-pressed. Her face was bright with sympathy. She forgot everything except her old admiration for him. In the clashing of their wills the victory had remained with her. And as for those things which he had done, the cause at least had been a great one. Her happiness had come to her through him. She bore him no grudge for that fierce opposition which, after all, had been fruitless. I believe you, uncle, she said affectionately. If I can help you in any way I will. This Mr. Brott. He goes very little into society, I believe. Scarcely ever, she answered. He came to us because my husband is one of the few radical peers. You have not heard of any recent change in him, in this respect? Well, I did hear Wolfenden chaffing him the other day about somebody, she said. Oh, I know. He has been going often to the Duchess of Dorset's. He is such an ultra-radical, you know, and the Dorsets are fierce Tories. Wolfenden says it is a most unwise thing for a good radical who wants to retain the confidence of the people to be seen about with a duchess. The Duchess of Dorset, Mr. Sabin remarked, must be, well, a middle-aged woman. Helen laughed. She is 60 if she is a day. But I dare say she herself is not the attraction. There is a very beautiful woman staying with her, the Countess Radantz. A Hungarian, I believe. Mr. Sabin sat quite still. His face was turned away from Helen. She herself was smiling out of the window at some acquaintances. I wonder if there is anything more that I can tell you. she asked presently. He turned towards her with a faint smile. You have told me, he said, all that I want to know. She was struck by the change in his face, the quietness of his tone was ominous. Am I meant to understand? She said dubiously, because I don't in the least. It seems to me that have told you nothing. I cannot imagine what Mr. Brott and you have in common. If your invitation to lunch still holds good, he said, may I accept it? Afterwards, if you can spare me a few minutes I will make things quite clear to you. She laughed. You will find, she declared, that I shall leave you little peace for luncheon. I am consumed with curiosity. Chapter 15. Nevertheless, Mr. Sabin lunched with discretion, as usual, but with no lack of appetite. It chanced that they were alone. Lord Camperdown was down in the Midlands for a day's hunting, and Helen had ensured their seclusion from any one who might drop in by a whispered word to the hall porter as they passed into the house. It seemed to her that she had never found Mr. Sabin more entertaining, had never more appreciated his rare gift of effortless and anecdotal conversation. What a marvelous memory! He knew something of every country from the inside. He had been brought at various times during his long diplomatic career into contact with most of the interesting people in the world. He knew well how to separate the grain from the chaff according to the tastes of his listener. The pathos of his present position appealed to her irresistibly. The possibilities of his life had been so great, fortune had treated him always so strangely. The greatest of his schemes had come so near to success, the luck had turned against him only at the very moment of fruition. Helen felt very kindly towards her uncle as she led him, after luncheon, to a quiet corner of the winter garden, where a servant had already arranged a table with coffee and liqueurs and cigarettes. Unscrupulous all his life, there had been an element of greatness in all his schemes. Even his failures had been magnificent, for his successes he himself had seldom reaped the reward. And now in the autumn of his days she felt dimly that he was threatened with some evil thing against which he stood at bay single-handed, likely perhaps to be overpowered. For there was something in his face just now which was strange to her. Helen, he said quietly, I suppose that you, who knew nothing of me till you left school, have looked upon me always as a selfish, passionless creature, a weaver of plots, perhaps sometimes a dreamer of dreams, but a person wholly self-centered, always self-engrossed. She shook her head. Not selfish, she objected. No, I never thought that. It is the wrong word. At least, he said, you will be surprised to hear that I have loved one woman all my life. She looked at him half doubtfully. Yes, she said, I am surprised to hear that. I will surprise you still more. I was married to her in America within a month of my arrival there. We have lived together ever since. And I have been very happy. I speak, of course, of Lucille. It is amazing, she murmured. You must tell me all about it. Not all, he answered sadly. Only this. I met her first at Vienna when I was 35, and she was 18. I treated her shamefully. Marriage seemed to me, with all my dreams and great achievements, an act of madness. I believed in myself and my career. I believed that it was my destiny to restore the monarchy to our beloved country. And I wanted to be free. I think that I saw myself a second Napoleon. So I won her love, took all that she had to give, and returned nothing. In the course of years she married the son of the American consul at Vienna. I was obliged, by the by, to fight her brother, and he carried his enmity to me through life. I saw her sometimes in the course of years. She was always beautiful, always surrounded by a host of admirers, always cold. When the end of my great plans here came, and I myself was a fugitive, her brother found me out. He gave me a letter to deliver in America. I delivered it to his sister. She was as beautiful as ever, and alone in the world. It seemed to me that I realized then how great my folly had been. For always I had loved her, always there had been that jealously locked little chamber in my life. Helen, she pointed no finger of scorn to my broken life. She uttered no reproaches. She took me as I was, and for 3 years our life together has been to me one long unbroken harmony. Our tastes were very similar. She was well read, receptive, a charming companion. Ennui was a word of which I have forgotten the meaning. And it seemed so with her, too, for she grew younger and more beautiful. And why is she not with you? Helen cried. I must go and see her. How delightful it sounds. One day, about 3 months ago, Mr. Sabin continued, she left me to go to New York for 2 days. Her milliner in Paris had sent over, and twice a year Lucille used to buy clothes. I had sometimes accompanied her, but she knew how I detested New York, and this time she did not press me to go. She left me in the highest spirits, as tender and gracefully affectionate as ever. She never returned. Helen started in her chair. "Oh, uncle," she cried. "I have never seen her since," he repeated. "Have you no clue? She could not have left you willingly. Have you no idea where she is?" He bowed his head slowly. "Yes," he said, "I know where she is. She came to Europe with Lady Carey. She is staying with the Duchess of Dorset." "The Countess Radence," Helen cried. "It was her maiden name," he answered. There was a moment's silence. Helen was bewildered. "Then you have seen her?" He shook his head slowly. "No, I did not even know where she was until you told me." "But why do you wait a single moment?" she asked. "There must be some explanation. Let me order a carriage now. I will drive round to Dorset House with you." She half rose. He held out his hand and checked her. "There are other things to be explained," he said quickly. "Sit down, Helen." She obeyed him, mystified. "For your own sake," he continued, "there are certain facts in connection with this matter which I must withhold. All I can tell you is this. There are people who have acquired a hold upon Lucille so great that she is forced to obey their bidding. Lady Carey is one, the Duchess of Dorset is another. They are no friends of mine, and apparently Lucille has been taken away from me by them." A hold upon her," Helen repeated vaguely. "It is all I can tell you. You must suppose an extreme case. You may take my word for it that under certain circumstances Lucille would have no power to deny them anything. But, without a word of farewell, they could not insist upon her leaving you like that. It is incredible." "It is quite possible," Mr. Sabin said. Helen caught herself looking at him stealthily. Was it possible that this wonderful brain had given way at last? There were no signs of it in his face or expression. But the Duchess of Dorset, Lady Carey, these were women of her own circle, Londoners, and the Duchess, at any rate, a woman of the very highest social position and unimpeached conventionality. "This sounds very extraordinary, uncle," she remarked a little lamely. "It is extraordinary," he answered dryly. "I do not wonder that you find it hard to believe me." Not to believe, to understand." He smiled. "We will not distinguish. After all, what does it matter? Assume, if you cannot believe, that Lucille's leaving me may have been at the instigation of these people, and therefore involuntary. If this be so, I have hard battle to fight to win her back, but in the end I shall do it." She nodded sympathetically. "I am sure," she said, "that you will not find it difficult. Tell me, cannot I help you in any way? I know the Duchess very well indeed, well enough to take you to call quite informally if you please. She is a great supporter of what they call the Primrose League here. I do not understand what it is all about, but it seems that I may not join because my husband is a radical." Mr. Sabin looked for a moment over his clasped hands through the faint blue cloud of cigarette smoke, and sundry possibilities flashed through his mind to be at once rejected. He shook his head. "No," he said firmly, "I do not wish for your help at present, directly or indirectly. If you meet the Countess, I would rather that you did not mention my name. There is only one person whom, if you met at Dorset House or anywhere where Lucille is, I would ask you to watch. That is Mr. Brott." It was to be a conversation full of surprises for Helen. Mr. Brott. Her hand went up to her forehead for a moment, and a little gesture of bewilderment escaped her. "Will you tell me," she asked almost plaintively, "what on earth Mr. Brott can have to do with this business? With Lucille, with you, with anyone connected with it?" Mr. Sabin shrugged his shoulders. "Mr. Brott," he remarked, "a cabinet minister of marked radical proclivities, has lately been a frequent visitor at Dorset House, which is the very home of the old aristocratic Toryism. Mr. Brott was acquainted with Lucille many years ago, in Vienna. At that time he was, I believe, deeply interested in her. I must confess that Mr. Brott causes me some uneasiness." "I think that men always know," Helen said, "if they care to." "Was Lucille happy with you?" "Absolutely. I am sure of it." "Then your first assumption must be correct," she declared. "You cannot explain things to me, so I cannot help you even with my advice. I am sorry." He turned his head towards her and regarded her critically, as though making some test of her sincerity. "Helen," he said gravely, "it is for your own sake that I do not explain further, that I do not make things clearer to you. Only I wanted you to understand why I once more set foot in Europe. I wanted you to understand why I am here. It is to win back Lucille. It is like that with me, Helen. I, who once schemed and plotted for an empire, am once more a schemer and a worker, but for no other purpose than to recover possession of the woman whom I love. You do not recognize me, Helen. I do not recognize myself. Nevertheless, I would have you know the truth. I am here for that, and for no other purpose. He rose slowly to his feet. She held out both her hands and grasped his. Let me help you, she begged. Do. This is not a matter of politics or anything compromising. I am sure that I could be useful to you. So you can, he answered quietly. Do as I have asked you. Watch Mr. Brott. Chapter 16. Mr. Brott and Mr. Sabin dined together, not, as it happened, at the House of Commons, but at the former's club in Pall Mall. For Mr. Sabin it was not altogether an enjoyable meal. The club was large, gloomy and political, the cooking was exactly of that order which such surroundings seemed to require. Nor was Mr. Brott a particularly brilliant host. Yet his guest derived a certain amount of pleasure from the entertainment, owing to Brott's constant endeavors to bring the conversation round to Lucille. I find, he said, as they lit their cigarettes, that I committed an indiscretion the other day at Camperdown House. Mr. Sabin assumed the puzzled air of one endeavoring to pin down an elusive memory. Let me see, he murmured doubtfully. It was in connection with the Countess Radantz. If you remember, I told you that it was her desire just now to remain incognito. I, however, unfortunately forgot this during the course of our conversation. Yes, I remember. You told me where she was staying. But the Countess and I are old acquaintances. I feel sure that she did not object to your having given me her address. I could not possibly leave London without calling upon her. Mr. Brott moved in his chair uneasily. It seems presumption on my part to make such a suggestion perhaps, he said slowly, but I really believe that the Countess is in earnest with reference to her desire for seclusion just at present. I believe that she is really very anxious that her presence in London, just now, should not be generally known. I am such a very old friend, Mr. Sabin said. I knew her when she was a child. Mr. Brott nodded. It is very strange, he said, that you should have come together again in such a country as America, and in a small town too. Lenox, Mr. Sabin said, is a small place, but a great center. By the by, is there not some question of an impending marriage on the part of the Countess? I have heard of nothing of the sort, Mr. Brott said, looking up startled. Then, after a moment's pause, during which he studied closely his companion's imperturbable face, he added the question which forced its way to his lips. Have you? Mr. Sabin looked along his cigarette and pinched it affectionately. It was one of his own, which he had dexterously substituted for those which his host had placed at his disposal. The Countess is a very charming, a very beautiful, and a most attractive woman, he said slowly. Her marriage has always seemed to me a matter of certainty. Mr. Brott hesitated, and was lost. You are an old friend of hers, he said. You perhaps know more of her recent history than I do. For a time she seemed to drop out of my life altogether. Now that she has come back I am very anxious to persuade her to marry me. A single lightning-like flash in Mr. Sabin's eyes for a moment disconcerted his host. But, after all, it was gone with such amazing suddenness that it left behind it a sense of unreality. Mr. Brott decided that after all it must have been fancy. May I ask, Mr. Sabin said quietly, whether the Countess appears to receive your suit with favor? Mr. Brott hesitated. I am afraid I cannot go so far as to say that she does, he said regretfully. I do not know why I find myself talking on this matter to you. I feel that I should apologize for giving such a personal turn to the conversation. I beg that you will do nothing of the sort, Mr. Sabin protested. I am, as a matter of fact, most deeply interested. You encourage me, Mr. Brott declared, to ask you a question, to me a very important question. It will give me great pleasure, Mr. Sabin assured him, if I am able to answer it. You know, Mr. Brott said, that portion of her life concerning which I have asked no questions, but which somehow, whenever I think of it, fills me with a certain amount of uneasiness. I refer to the last 3 years which the Countess has spent in America. Mr. Sabin looked up, and his lips seemed to move, but he said nothing. Mr. Brott felt perhaps that he was on difficult ground. I recognize the fact, he continued slowly, that you are the friend of the Countess, and that you and I are nothing more than the merest acquaintances. I ask my question therefore with some diffidence. Can you tell me from your recent, more intimate knowledge of the Countess and her affairs, whether there exists any reason outside her own inclinations why she should not accept my proposals of marriage? Mr. Sabin had the air of a man gravely surprised. He shook his head very slightly. "You must not ask me such a question as that, Mr. Brott," he said. "It is not a subject which I could possibly discuss with you. But I have no objection to going so far as this. My experience of the Countess is that she is a woman of magnificent and effective willpower. I think if she has any desire to marry you there are or could be no obstacles existing which she would not easily dispose of." "There are obstacles, then?" "You must not ask me that," Mr. Sabin said, with a certain amount of stiffness. "The Countess is a very dear friend of mine, and you must forgive me now if I say that I prefer not to discuss her any longer." A hall servant entered the room, bearing a note for Mr. Brott. He received it at first carelessly, but his expression changed the moment he saw the superscription. He turned a little away, and Mr. Sabin noticed that the fingers which tore open the envelope were trembling. The note seemed short enough, but he must have read it half a dozen times before at last he turned round to the messenger. "There is no answer," he said in a low tone. He folded the note and put it carefully into his breast pocket. Mr. Sabin subdued an insane desire to struggle with him and discover, by force, if necessary, who was the sender of those few brief lines. For Mr. Brott was a changed man. "I am afraid," he said, turning to his guest, "that this has been a very dull evening for you. To tell you the truth, this club is not exactly the haunt of pleasure seekers. It generally oppresses me for the first hour or so. Would you like a hand at bridge, or a game of billiards? I am wholly at your service, until 12 o'clock. Mr. Sabin glanced at the clock. "You are very good," he said, "but I was never much good at indoor games. Golf has been my only relaxation for many years. Besides, I too have an engagement for which I must leave in a very few minutes." "It is very good of you," Mr. Brott said, "to have given me the pleasure of your company. I have the greatest possible admiration for your niece, Mr. Sabin, and Camperdown is a thundering good fellow. He will be our leader in the House of Lords before many years have passed." "He is, I believe," Mr. Sabin remarked, "of the same politics as yourself." "We are both," Mr. Brott answered, with a smile, "I am afraid outside the pale of your consideration in this respect. We are both radicals." Mr. Sabin lit another cigarette and glanced once more at the clock. "A radical peer," he remarked. "Isn't that rather an anomaly? The principles of radicalism and aristocracy seem so divergent." "Yet," Mr. Brott said, "they are not wholly irreconcilable. I have often wished that this could be more generally understood. I find myself at times very unpopular with people, whose good opinion I am anxious to retain, simply owing to this too general misapprehension." Mr. Sabin smiled gently. "You were referring without doubt," he began. "To the Countess," Brott admitted. "Yes, it is true. But after all," he added cheerfully, "I believe that our disagreements are mainly upon the surface. The Countess is a woman of wide culture and understanding. Her mind, too, is plastic. She has few prejudices." Mr. Sabin glanced at the clock for the third time, and rose to his feet. He was quite sure now that the note was from her. He leaned on his stick and took his leave quietly. All the time he was studying his host, wondering at his air of only partially suppressed excitement. "I must thank you very much, Mr. Brott," he said, "for your entertainment. I trust that you will give me an opportunity shortly of reciprocating your hospitality." The two men parted finally in the hall. Mr. Sabin stepped into his hired carriage. "Dorset House," he directed. Chapter 17. "This little difference of opinion," the prince remarked, looking thoughtfully through the emerald green of his liqueur, "interests me. Our friend Dolinsky here thinks that he will not come because he will be afraid. De Bruyac, on the contrary, says that he will not come because he is too sagacious. Felix here, who knows him best, says that he will not come because he prefers ever to play the game from outside the circle, a looker-on to all appearance, yet sometimes wielding an unseen force. It is a strong position that." Lucille raised her head and regarded the last speaker steadily. "And I, Prince," she exclaimed, "I say that he will come because he is a man, and because he does not know fear." The Prince of Saxe-Leinitzer bowed low towards the speaker. "Dear Lucille," he said, so respectfully that the faint irony of his tone was lost to most of those present, "I, too, am of your opinion. The man who has a right, real or fancied, to claim you must indeed be a coward if he suffered dangers of any sort to stand in the way. After all, dangers from us. Is it not a little absurd?" Lucille looked away from the prince with a little shudder. He laughed softly, and drank his liqueur. Afterwards he leaned back for a moment in his chair and glanced thoughtfully around at the assembled company as though anxious to impress upon his memory all who were present. It was a little group, every member of which bore a well-known name. Their host, the Duke of Dorset, in whose splendid library they were assembled, was, if not the Premier Duke of the United Kingdom, at least one of those whose many hereditary offices and ancient family entitled him to a foremost place in the aristocracy of the world. Raoul de Bruyac, Count of Orleans, bore a name which was scarcely absent from a single page of the martial history of France. The Prince of Saxe-Leinitzer kept up still a semblance of royalty in the state which his ancestors had ruled with despotic power. Lady Muriel Carey was a younger daughter of a ducal house, which had more than once intermarried with royalty. The others, too, had their claims to be considered amongst the greatest families of Europe. The prince glanced at his watch, and then at the bridge tables ready set out. "I think," he said, "that a little diversion. What does our hostess say?" "2 sets can start at least," the Duchess said. "Lucille and I will stay out, and the Count de Bruyac does not play." The prince rose. "It is agreed," he said. "Duke, will you honor me? Felix and Dolinsky are our ancient adversaries. It should be an interesting trial of strength." There was a general movement, a rearrangement of seats, and a little buzz of conversation. Then silence. Lucille sat back in a great chair, and Lady Carey came over to her side. "You are nervous tonight, Lucille," she said. "Yes, I am nervous," Lucille admitted. "Why not? At any moment he may be here. And you care so much," Lady Carey said, with a hard little laugh. "I care so much," Lucille echoed. Lady Carey shook out her amber satin skirt and sat down upon a low divan. She held up her hands, small white hands, ablaze with jewels, and looked at him for a moment thoughtfully. "He was very much in earnest when I saw him at Sherry's in New York," she remarked, "and he was altogether too clever for Mr. Aura and our friends there. After all their talk and boasting too. Why, they are ignorant of the very elements of intrigue." Lucille sighed. "Here," she said, "it is different. The prince and he are ancient rivals, and Raoul de Bruyac is no longer his friend. Muriel, I am afraid of what may happen." Lady Carey shrugged her shoulders. "He is no fool," she said in a low tone. "He will not come here with a magistrate's warrant and a policeman to back it up, nor will he attempt to turn the thing into an Adelphi drama. I know him well enough to be sure that he will attempt nothing crude." "Lucille, don't you find it exhilarating?" "Exhilarating. But why?" "It will be a game played through to the end by masters, and you, my dear woman, are the inspiration. I think that it is most fascinating." Lucille looked sadly into the fire. "I think," she said, "that I am weary of all these things. I seem to have lived such a very long time. At Lenox I was quite happy. Of my own will I would never have left it." Lady Carey's thin lips curled a little, her blue eyes were full of scorn. She was not altogether a pleasant woman to look upon. Her cheeks were thin and hollow, her eyes a little too prominent, some hidden expression which seemed at times to flit from one to the other of her features suggested a sensuality which was a little incongruous with her somewhat angular figure and generally cold demeanor. But that she was a woman of courage and resource history had proved. "How idyllic!" she exclaimed. "Positively medieval. Fancy living with one man 3 years." Lucille smiled. "Why not? I never knew a woman yet, however cold, however fond of change, who had not at some time or other during her life met a man for whose sake she would have done what I did. I have had as many admirers, as many lovers, I suppose, as most women. But I can truthfully say that during the last 3 years no thought of one of them has crossed my mind." Lady Carey laughed scornfully. "Upon my word," she said. "If the prince had not a temper, and if they were not playing for such ruinous points, I would entertain them all with these delightful confidences. By the by, the prince himself was once one of those who fell before your chariot wheels, was he not? Look at him now, sideways. What does he remind you of?" Lucille raised her eyes. "A fat angel," she answered, "or something equally distasteful. How I hate those mild eyes and that sweet, slow smile. I saw him thrash a poor beater once in the Saxe-Leinitzer forests. Ugh! I should not blame him for that," Lady Carey said coldly. "I like masterful men, even to the point of cruelty. General Dolinsky there fascinates me. I believe that he keeps a little private note at home for his wife and children. A wicked little contrivance with an ivory handle. I should like to see him use it." Lucille shuddered. This tete-a-tete did not amuse her. She rose and looked over one of the bridge tables for a minute. The prince, who was dealing, looked up with a smile. "Be my good angel, Countess," he begged. Fortune has deserted me tonight. You shall be the goddess of chance, and smile your favors upon me. A hard little laugh came from the chair where Lady Carey sat. She turned her head towards them, and there was a malicious gleam in her eyes. Too late, Prince, she exclaimed. The favors of the Countess are all given away. Lucille has become even as one of those flaxen-haired dolls of your mountain villages. She has given her heart away, and she is sworn to perpetual constancy. The prince smiled. The absence, he said, glancing up at the clock, of that most fortunate person should surely count in our favor. Lucille followed his eyes. The clock was striking 10. She shrugged her shoulders. If the converse also is true, Prince, she said, you can scarcely have anything to hope for from me. For by 10:30 he will be here. The prince picked up his cards and sorted them mechanically. We shall see, he remarked. It is true, Countess, that you are here, but in this instance you are set with thorns. To continue the allegory, Prince, she answered, passing on to the next table, also with poisonous berries. But to the hand which has no fear, neither are harmful. The prince laid down his hand. Now I really believe, he said gently, that she meant to be rude. Partner, I declare hearts. Felix was standing out from the next table whilst his hand was being played by General Dolinsky, his partner. He drew her a little on one side. Do not irritate Saxe-Leinitzer, he whispered. Remember, everything must rest with him. Twice tonight you have brought that smile to his lips, and I never see it without thinking of unpleasant things. You are right, she answered, but I hate him so. He and Muriel Carey seem to have entered into some conspiracy to lead me on to say things which I might regret. Saxe-Leinitzer, he said, has never forgotten that he once aspired to be your lover. He has not failed to let me know it, she answered. He has even dared, There was a sudden stir in the room. The library door was thrown open. The solemn-visaged butler stood upon the threshold. His Grace the Duke of Souspenia, he announced. Chapter 18. There was for the moment a dead silence. The soft patter of cards no longer fell upon the table. The eyes of everyone were turned upon the newcomers. And he, leaning upon his stick, looked only for one person, and having found her, took no heed of anyone else. Lucille. She rose from her seat and stood with hands outstretched towards him, her lips parted in a delightful smile, her eyes soft with happiness. Victor, welcome. It is like you to have found me, and I knew that you would come. He raised her fingers to his lips, tenderly, with the grace of a prince, but all the affection of a lover. What he said to her none could hear, for his voice was lowered almost to a whisper. But the color stained her cheeks, and her blush was the blush of a girl. A movement of the Duchess recalled him to a sense of his social duty. He turned courteously to her with extended hand. I trust, he said, that I may be forgiven my temporary fit of aberration. I cannot thank you sufficiently, Duchess, for your kind invitation. Her answering smile was a little dubious. I am sure, she said, that we are delighted to welcome back amongst us so old and valued a friend. I suppose you know everyone. Mr. Sabin looked searchingly around, exchanging bows with those whose faces were familiar to him. But between him and the Prince of Saxe-Leinitzer there passed no pretense at any greeting. The two men eyed one another for a moment coldly. Each seemed to be trying to read the other through. I believe, Mr. Sabin said, that I have that privilege. I see, however, that I am interrupting your game. Let me beg you to continue. With your permission, Duchess, I will remain a spectator. There are many things which my wife and I have to say to one another. The Prince of Saxe-Leinitzer laid his cards softly upon the table. He smiled upon Mr. Sabin, a slow, unpleasant smile. I think, he said slowly, that our game must be postponed. It is a pity, but I think it had better be so. It must be entirely as you wish, Mr. Sabin answered. I am at your service now or later. The prince rose to his feet. Monsieur le Duc de Souspenia, he said, what are we to conclude from your presence here this evening? It is obvious, Mr. Sabin answered. I claim my place amongst you. You claim to be one of us. I do. 10 years ago, the prince continued, you were granted immunity from all the penalties and obligations which a co-membership with us might involve. This privilege was extended to you on account of certain great operations in which you were then engaged, and the object of which was not foreign to our own aims. You are aware that the period of that immunity is long since past. Mr. Sabin leaned with both hands upon his stick, and his face was like the face of a sphinx. Only Lucille, who knew him best of all those there, saw him wince for a moment before this reminder of his great failure. "I am not accustomed," Mr. Sabin said quietly, "to shirk my share of the work in any undertaking with which I am connected. Only in this case I claim to take the place of the Countess Lucille, my wife. I request that the task, whatever it may be which you have imposed upon her, may be transferred to me." The prince's smile was sweet, but those who knew him best wondered what evil it might betoken for his ancient enemy. "You offer yourself, then, as a full member?" "Assuredly." "Subject," he drawled, "to all the usual pains and privileges?" "Certainly." The prince played with the cards upon the table. His smooth, fair face was unruffled, almost undisturbed. Yet underneath he was wondering fiercely, eagerly, how this might serve his ends. "The circumstances," he said at last, "are peculiar. I think that we should do well to consult together, you and I, Felix, and Raoul here." The two men named rose up silently. The prince pointed to a small round table at the farther end of the apartment, half screened off by a curtained recess. "Am I also," Mr. Sabin asked, "of your company?" The prince shook his head. "I think not," he said. "In a few moments we will return." Mr. Sabin moved away with a slight enigmatic gesture. Lucille gathered up her skirts, making room for him by her side on a small sofa. "It is delightful to see you, Victor," she murmured. "It is delightful to know that you trusted me." Mr. Sabin looked at her, and the smile which no other woman had ever seen softened for a moment his face. "Dear Lucille," he murmured, "how could you ever doubt it? There was a day, I admit, when the sun stood still, when, if I had felt inclined to turn to light literature, I should have read aloud the Book of Job. But afterwards, well, you see that I am here." She laughed. "I knew that you would come," she said, "and yet I knew that it would be a struggle between you and them." "For, the prince," she murmured, lowering her voice, "had pledged his word to keep us apart." Mr. Sabin raised his head, and his eyes traveled towards the figure of the man who sat with his back to them in the far distant corner of the room. "The prince," he said softly, "is faithful to his ancient enmities." Lucille's face was troubled. She turned to her companion with a little grimace. "He would have me believe," she murmured, "that he is faithful to other things besides his enmities." Mr. Sabin smiled. "I am not jealous," he said softly, "of the Prince of Saxe-Leinitzer." As though attracted by the mention of his name, which must, however, have been unheard by him, the prince at that moment turned round and looked for a moment towards them. He shot a quick glance at Lady Carey. Almost at once she rose from her chair and came across to them. "The prince's watchdog," Lucille murmured. "Hateful woman. She is bound hand and foot to him," and yet, her eyes met his, and he laughed. "Really," he said, "you and I in our old age might be hero and heroine of a little romance, the undesiring objects of a hopeless affection." Lady Carey sank into a low chair by their side. "You too," she said, with a slow, malicious smile, "are a pattern to this wicked world. Don't you know that such fidelity is positively sinful, and after 3 years in such a country too?" "It is the approach of senility," Mr. Sabin answered her. "I am an old man, Lady Muriel." She shrugged her shoulders. "You are like Ulysses," she said. "The gods, or rather the goddesses, have helped you towards immortality." "It is," Mr. Sabin answered, "the most delicious piece of flattery I have ever heard." "Calypso," she murmured, nodding towards Lucille, "is by your side." "Really," Mr. Sabin interrupted, "I must protest. Lucille and I were married by a most respectable Episcopalian clergyman. We have documentary evidence. Besides, if Lucille is Calypso, what about Penelope?" Lady Carey smiled thoughtfully. "I have always thought," she said, "that Penelope was a myth. In your case I should say that Penelope represents a return to sanity, to the ordinary ways of life." Mr. Sabin and Lucille exchanged swift glances. He raised his eyebrows. "Our little idyll," he said, "seems to be the sport and buffet of every one. You forget that I am of the old world. I do not understand modernity." "Ulysses," she answered, "was of the old world, yet he was a wanderer in more senses of the word than one. And there have been times," her eyes sought his. He ignored absolutely the subtlety of meaning which lurked beneath the heavy drooping eyelids. "One travels through life," he answered, "by devious paths, and a little wandering in the flower gardens by the way is the lot of every one. But when the journey is over, one's taste for wandering has gone. Well, Ulysses finished his days at the hearth of Penelope." She rose and walked away. Mr. Sabin sat still and watched her as though listening to the soft sweep of her gown upon the carpet. Hateful woman, Lucille exclaimed lightly. To make love, and such love, to one's lawful husband before one's face is a little crude, don't you think? He shook his head. Too obvious, he answered. She is playing the prince's game. Dear me, how interesting this will be soon. She nodded. A faint smile of bitterness had stolen into her tone. Already, she said, you are beginning to scent the delight of the atmosphere. You are stiffening for the fight. Soon. Ah, no, don't say it, he whispered, taking her hand. I shall never forget. If the fight seems good to me it is because you are the prize, and after all, you know, to fight for one's womankind is amongst the primeval instincts. Lady Carey, who had been pacing the room restlessly, touching an ornament here, looking at a picture there, came back to them and stood before Mr. Sabin. She had caught his last words. Primeval instincts, she exclaimed mockingly. What do you know about them, you of all men, a bundle of nerves and brains, with a motor for a heart, and an automatic brake upon your passions? Upon my word, I believe that I have solved the mystery of your perennial youth. You have found a way of substituting machinery for the human organ, and you are wound up to go forever. You have found me out, he admitted. Professor Penningham of Chicago will supply you too with an outfit. Mention my name if you like. It is a wonderful country, America. The prince came over to them, fair and bland, with no trace upon his smooth features or in his half-jesting tone of any evil things. Souspenia, he said, holding out his hand, welcome back once more to your old place. I am happy to say that there appears to be no reason why your claim should not be fully admitted. Mr. Sabin rose to his feet. I presume, he said, that no very active demands are likely to be made upon my services. In this country more than any other I fear that the possibilities of my aid are scanty. The prince smiled. It is a fact, he said, which we all appreciate. Upon you at present we make no claim. There was a moment's intense silence. A steely light glittered in Mr. Sabin's eyes. He and the prince alone remained standing. The Duchess of Dorset watched them through her lorgnettes. Lady Carey watched too with an intense eagerness, her eyes alight with mingled cruelty and excitement. Lucille's eyes were so bright that one might readily believe the tears to be glistening beneath. Chapter 19. I will not pretend, Mr. Sabin said, to misunderstand you. My help is not required by you in this enterprise, whatever it may be, in which you are engaged. On the contrary, you have tried by many and various ways to keep me at a distance. But I am here, Prince, here to be dealt with and treated according to my rights. The prince stroked his fair moustache. I am a little puzzled, he admitted, as to this, shall I not call it self-assertiveness, on the part of my good friend Souspenia. I will make it quite clear then, Mr. Sabin answered. Lucille, will you favor me by ringing for your maid? The carriage is at the door. The prince held out his hand. My dear Souspenia, he said, you must not think of taking Lucille away from us. Indeed, Mr. Sabin answered coolly. Why not? It must be obvious to you, the prince answered, that we did not send to America for Lucille without an object. She is now engaged in an important work upon our behalf. It is necessary that she should remain under this roof. I demand, Mr. Sabin said, that the nature of that necessity should be made clear to me. The prince smiled with the air of one disposed to humor a willful child. Come, he said, you must know very well that I cannot stand here and tell you the bare outline, much less the details of an important movement. Tomorrow, at any hour you choose, one from amongst us shall explain the whole matter, and the part to be borne in it by the Countess. And tonight? Mr. Sabin asked. The prince shrugged his shoulders and glanced at the clock. Tonight, my dear friend, he said, all of us, I believe, go on to a ball at Carmarthen House. It would grieve me also, I am sure, Duke, to seem inhospitable, but I am compelled to mention the fact that the hour for which the carriages have been ordered is already at hand. Mr. Sabin reflected for a few moments. Did I understand you to say, he asked, that the help to be given to you by my wife, Lucille, Duchess of Souspenia, entailed her remaining under this roof? The prince smiled seraphically. It is unfortunate, he murmured, since you have been so gallant as to follow her, but it is true. You will understand this perfectly, tomorrow. And why should I wait until tomorrow? Mr. Sabin asked coolly. I fear, the prince said, that it is a matter of necessity. Mr. Sabin glanced for a moment in turn at the faces of all the little company as though seeking to discover how far the attitude of his opponent met with their approval. Lady Carey's thin lips were curved in a smile, and her eyes met his mockingly. The others remained imperturbable. Last of all he looked at Lucille. "It seems," he said, smiling towards her, "that I am called upon to pay a heavy entrance fee on my return amongst your friends. But the Prince of Saxe-Leinitzer forgets that he has shown me no authority, or given me no valid reason why I should tolerate such flagrant interference with my personal affairs." Tomorrow, my good sir," the prince interrupted. "No, tonight," Mr. Sabin answered sharply. "Lucille, in the absence of any reasonable explanation, I challenge the right of the Prince of Saxe-Leinitzer to rob me even for an hour of my dearest possession. I appeal to you. Come with me and remain with me until it has been proved, if ever it can be proved, that greater interests require our separation. If there be blame I will take it. Will you trust yourself to me?" Lucille half rose, but Lady Carey's hand was heavy upon her shoulder. As though by a careless movement General Dolinsky and Raoul de Bruyac altered their positions slightly so as to come between the two. The Duke of Dorset had left the room. Then Mr. Sabin knew that they were all against him. "Lucille," he said, "have courage. I wait for you." She looked towards him, and her face puzzled him. For there flashed across the shoulders of these people a glance which was wholly out of harmony with his own state of barely subdued passion, a glance half tender, half humorous, full of subtle promise. Yet her words were a blow to him. "Victor, how is it possible? Believe me, I should come if I could. Tomorrow, very soon, it may be possible. But now, you hear what the prince says. I fear that he is right." To Mr. Sabin the shock was an unexpected one. He had never doubted but that she at least was on his side. Her words found him unprepared, and a moment he showed his discomfiture. His recovery, however, was swift and amazing. He bowed to Lucille, and by the time he raised his head even the reproach had gone from his eyes. "Dear lady," he said, "I will not venture to dispute your decision. Prince, will you appoint a time tomorrow when this matter shall be more fully explained to me?" The prince's smile was sweetness itself, and his tone very gentle. But Mr. Sabin, who seldom yielded to any passionate impulse, kept his teeth set and his hand clenched, lest the blow he longed to deal should escape him. "At midday tomorrow I shall be pleased to receive you," he said. "The Countess, with her usual devotion and good sense, has, I trust, convinced you that our action is necessary." "Tomorrow at midday," Mr. Sabin said, "I will be here. I have the honor to wish you all good night." His farewell was comprehensive. He did not even single out Lucille for a parting glance. But down the broad stairs and across the hall of Dorset House he passed with weary steps, leaning heavily upon his stick. It was a heavy blow which had fallen upon him. As yet he scarcely realized it. His carriage was delayed for a few moments, and just as he was entering it a young woman, plainly dressed in black, came hurrying out and slipped a note into his hand. "Pardon, monsieur," she exclaimed, with a smile. "I feared that I was too late." Mr. Sabin's fingers closed over the note, and he stepped blithely into the carriage. But when he tore it open and saw the handwriting he permitted himself a little groan of disappointment. It was not from her. He read the few lines and crushed the sheet of paper in his hand. "I am having supper at the Carlton with some friends on our way to CH. I want to speak to you for a moment. Be in the Palm Court at 12.15, but do not recognize me until I come to you. If possible keep out of sight. If you should have left my maid will bring this on to your hotel. MC." Mr. Sabin leaned back in his carriage, and a frown of faint perplexity contracted his forehead. "If I were a younger man," he murmured to himself, "I might believe that this woman was really in earnest, as well as being Saxe-Leinitzer's jackal. We were friendly enough in Paris that year. She is unscrupulous enough, of course. Always with some odd fancy for the grotesque or unlikely. I wonder." He pulled the check string, and was driven to Camperdown House. A great many people were coming and going. Mr. Sabin found Helen's maid, and learned that her mistress was just going to her room, and would be alone for a few minutes. He scribbled a few words on the back of a card, and was at once taken up to her boudoir. "My dear uncle," Helen exclaimed, "you have arrived most opportunely. We have just got rid of a few dinner people, and we are going on to Carmarthen House presently. Take that easy chair, please, and light a cigarette. Will you have a liqueur? Wolfenden has some old brandy which every one seems to think wonderful." "You are very kind, Helen," Mr. Sabin said. "I cannot refuse anything which you offer in so charming a manner. But I shall not keep you more than a few minutes." "We need not leave for an hour," Helen said, "and I am dressed except for my jewels. Tell me, have you seen Lucille? I am so anxious to know. I have seen Lucille this evening, Mr. Sabin answered. At Dorset House. Yes. Helen sat down, smiling. Do tell me all about it. There is very little to tell, Mr. Sabin answered. She is with you, she returns at least. Mr. Sabin shook his head. No, he answered. She remains at Dorset House. Helen was silent. Mr. Sabin smoked pensively a moment or two, and sipped the liqueur which Camperdown's own servant had just brought him. It is very hard, Helen, he said, to make you altogether understand the situation, for there are certain phases of it which I cannot discuss with you at all. I have made my first effort to regain Lucille, and it has failed. It is not her fault. I need not say that it is not mine. But the struggle has commenced, and in the end I shall win. Lucille herself, Helen began hesitatingly. Lucille is, I firmly believe, as anxious to return to me as I am anxious to have her, Mr. Sabin said. Helen threw up her hands. It is bewildering, she exclaimed. It must seem so to you, Mr. Sabin admitted. I wish that Lucille were anywhere else, Helen said. The Dorset House set, you know, although they are very smart and very exclusive, have a somewhat peculiar reputation. Lady Carey, although she is such a brilliant woman, says and does the most insolent, the most amazing things, and the Prince of Saxe-Leinitzer goes everywhere in Europe by the name of the Royal Libertine. They are powerful enough almost to dominate society, and we poor people who abide by the conventions are absolutely nowhere beside them. They think that we are bourgeois because we have virtue, and prehistoric because we are not decadent. The Duke, Mr. Sabin remarked. Oh, the Duke is quite different, of course, Helen admitted. He is a fanatical Tory, very stupid, very blind to anything except his beloved Primrose League. How he came to lend himself to the vagaries of such a set I cannot imagine. Mr. Sabin smiled.
C'est la femme toujours.
He remarked. His Grace is, I fear, henpecked, and the Duchess herself is the sport of cleverer people. And now, my dear niece, I see that the time is going. I came to know if you could get me a card for the ball at Carmarthen House tonight. Helen laughed softly. Very easily, my dear uncle. Lady Carmarthen is Wolfenden's cousin, you know, and a very good friend of mine. I have half a dozen blank cards here. Shall I really see you there? I believe so, Mr. Sabin answered. And Lucille, it is possible. There is nothing I suppose which I can do in the way of intervention, or anything of that sort. Mr. Sabin shook his head. Lucille and I are the best of friends, he answered. Talk to her, if you will. By the by, is that 12 o'clock? I must hurry. Doubtless we shall meet again at the ball. But Carmarthen House saw nothing of Mr. Sabin that night. Chapter 20. Mr. Sabin from his seat behind a gigantic palm watched her egress from the supper room with a little group of friends. They came to a halt in the broad carpeted way only a few feet from him. Lady Carey, in a wonderful green gown, her neck and bosom ablaze with jewels, seemed to be making her farewells. I must go in and see the de Lausannacs, she exclaimed. They are in the blue room supping with the Portuguese ambassador. I shall be at Carmarthen House within half an hour, unless my headache becomes unbearable. Au revoir, all of you. Goodbye, Laura. Her friends passed on towards the great swing doors. Lady Carey retraced her steps slowly towards the supper room, and made some languid inquiries of the head waiter as to a missing handkerchief. Then she came again slowly down the broad way and reached Mr. Sabin. He rose to his feet. I thank you very much for your note, he said. You have something, I believe, to say to me. She stood before him for a moment in silence, as though not unwilling that he should appreciate the soft splendor of her toilette. The jewels which encircled her neck were priceless and dazzling. The soft material of her gown, the most delicate shade of sea green, seemed to foam about her feet, a wonderful triumph of allegoric dressmaking. She saw that he was studying her, and she laughed a little uneasily, looking all the time into his eyes. Shockingly overdressed, ain't I? She said. We were going straight to Carmarthen House, you know. Come and sit in this corner for a moment, and order me some coffee. I suppose there isn't any less public place. I fear not, he answered. You will perhaps be unobserved behind this palm. She sank into a low chair, and he seated himself beside her. She sighed contentedly. Dear me, she said, do men like being run after like this? Mr. Sabin raised his eyebrows. I understood, he said, that you had something to say to me of importance. She shot a quick look up at him. Don't be horrid, she said in a low tone. Of course I wanted to see you. I wanted to explain. Give me one of your cigarettes. He laid his case silently before her. She took one and lit it, watching him furtively all the time. The man brought their coffee. The place was almost empty now, and some of the lights were turned down. "It is very kind of you," he said slowly, "to honor me by so much consideration, but if you have much to say perhaps it would be better if you permitted me to call upon you tomorrow. I am afraid of depriving you of your ball, and your friends will be getting impatient." "Bother the ball, and my friends," she exclaimed, a certain strained note in her tone which puzzled him. "I'm not obliged to go to the thing, and I don't want to. I've invented a headache, and they won't even expect me. They know my headaches." "In that case," Mr. Sabin said, "I am entirely at your service." She sighed, and looked up at him through a little cloud of tobacco smoke. "What a wonderful man you are," she said softly. "You accept defeat with the grace of a victor. I believe that you would triumph as easily with a shrug of the shoulders. Haven't you any feeling at all? Don't you know what it is like to feel?" He smiled. "We both come," he said, "of a historic race. If ancestry is worth anything it should at least teach us to go about without pinning our hearts upon our sleeves." "But you," she murmured, "you have no heart." He looked down upon her then with still cold face and steady eyes. "Indeed," he said, "you are mistaken." She moved uneasily in her chair. She was very pale, except for a faint spot of pink color in her cheeks. "It is very hard to find, then," she said, speaking quickly, her bosom rising and falling, her eyes always seeking to hold his. "Tonight you see what I have done. I have sent away my friends and my carriage. They may know me here. You see what I have risked. And I don't care. You thought tonight that I was your enemy, and I am not. I am not your enemy at all." Her hand fell as though by accident upon his, and remained there. Mr. Sabin was very nearly embarrassed. He knew quite well that if she were not his enemy at that moment she would be very shortly. "Lucille," she continued, "will blame me too. I cannot help it. I want to tell you that for the present your separation from her is a certain thing. She acquiesces. You heard her. She is quite happy. She is at the ball tonight, and she has friends there who will make it pleasant for her. Won't you understand?" "No," Mr. Sabin answered. She beat the ground with her foot. "You must understand," she murmured. "You are not like these fools of Englishmen who go to sleep when they are married, and wake in the divorce court. For the present at least you have lost Lucille. You heard her choose. She's at the ball tonight, and I have come here to be with you. Won't you, please," she added, with a little nervous laugh, "show some gratitude?" The interruption which Mr. Sabin had prayed for came at last. The musicians had left, and many of the lights had been turned down. An official came across to them. "I beg your pardon, sir," he said, addressing Mr. Sabin, "but we are closing now, unless you are a guest in the hotel." "I am staying here," Mr. Sabin answered, rising, but the Lady Carey interrupted him. "I am staying here also," she said to the man. He bowed at once and withdrew. She rose slowly to her feet and laid her fingers upon his arm. He looked steadily away from her. "Fortunately," he said, "I have not yet dismissed my own carriage. Permit me." Mr. Sabin leaned heavily upon his stick as he slowly made his way along the corridor to his rooms. Things were going ill with him indeed. He was not used to the fear of an enemy, but the memory of Lady Carey's white cheeks and indrawn lips as she had entered his carriage chilled him. Her one look, too, was a threat worse than any which her lips could have uttered. He was getting old indeed, he thought, wearily, when disappointment weighed so heavily upon him. And Lucille, had he any real fears of her? He felt a little catch in his throat at the bare thought. In a moment's singular clearness of perception he realized that if Lucille were indeed lost the world was no longer a place for him. So his feet fell wearily upon the thickly carpeted floor of the corridor, and his face was unusually drawn and haggard as he opened the door of his sitting room. And then, a transformation, amazing, stupefying. It was Lucille who was smiling a welcome upon him from the depths of his favorite easy chair, Lucille sitting over his fire, a novel in her hand, and wearing a delightful rose-pink dressing gown. Some of her belongings were scattered about his room, giving it a delicate air of femininity. The faint odor of her favorite and only perfume gave to her undoubted presence a wonderful sense of reality. She held out her hands to him, and the broad sleeves of her dressing gown fell away from her white rounded arms. Her eyes were wonderfully soft, the pink upon her cheeks was the blush of a girl. "Victor," she murmured, "do not look so stupefied. Did you not believe that I would risk at least a little for you, who have risked so much for me? Only come to me. Make the most of me. All sorts of things are sure to happen directly I am found out. He took her into his arms. It was one of the moments of his lifetime. Tell me, he murmured, how have you dared to do this? She laughed. You know the prince and his set. You know the way they bribe. Intrigues everywhere, new and old overlapping. They have really some reason for keeping you and me apart, but as regards my other movements, I am free enough. And they thought, Victor, don't be angry, but I let 'em think it was someone else. And I stole away from the ball, and they think, never mind what they think. But you, Victor, are my intrigue, you, my love, my husband. Then all the fatigue and all the weariness died away from Mr. Sabin's face. Once more the fire of youth burned in his heart. And Lucille laughed softly as her lips met his, and her head sank upon his shoulder. Chapter 21. Lady Carey suddenly dropped her partner's arm. She had seen a man standing by himself with folded arms and moody face at the entrance to the ballroom. She raised her lorgnettes. His identity was unquestionable. Will you excuse me for a moment, Captain Horton, she said to her escort. I want particularly to speak to Mr. Brott. Captain Horton bowed with the slight disappointment of a hungry man on his way to the supper room. Don't be long, he begged. The places are filling up. Lady Carey nodded and walked swiftly across to where Brott was standing. He moved eagerly forward to meet her. Not dancing, Mr. Brott. He shrugged his shoulders. This sort of thing isn't much in my way, he answered. I was rather hoping to see the Countess here. I trust that she is not indisposed. She looked at him steadily. Do you mean, she said, that you do not know where she is? He answered in amazement. How should I? I have not seen her at all this evening. I understood that she was to be here. Lady Carey hesitated. The man was too honest to be able to lie like this, even in a good cause. She stood quite still for a moment thinking. Several of her dearest friends had already told her that she was looking tired and ill this evening. At that moment she was positively haggard. I have been down at Ranelagh this afternoon, she said slowly, and dining out, so I have not seen Lucille. She was complaining of a headache yesterday, but I quite thought that she was coming here. Have you seen the Duchess? He shook his head. No, there is such a crowd. Lady Carey glanced towards her escort and turned away. I will try and find out what has become of her, she said. Don't go away yet, she rejoined her escort. When we have found a table, she said, I want you to keep my place for a few moments while I try and find some of my party. They passed into the supper room, and appropriated a small table. Lady Carey left her partner, and made her way to the farther end of the apartment, where the Prince of Saxe-Leinitzer was supping with half a dozen men and women. She touched him on the shoulder. I want to speak to you for a moment, Ferdinand, she whispered. He rose at once, and she drew him a little apart. Brott is here, she said slowly. Brott here, he repeated. And Lucille, he is asking for her, expected to find her here. He is downstairs now, looking the picture of misery. He looked at her inquiringly. There was a curious steely light in her eyes, and she was showing her front teeth, which were a little prominent. Do you think, he asked, that she has deceived us? What else? Where are the Dorsets? The Duchess is with the Earl of Condon, and some more people at the round table under the balcony. Give me your arm, she whispered. We must go and ask her. They crossed the room together. Lady Carey sank into a vacant chair by the side of the Duchess and talked for a few minutes to the people whom she knew. Then she turned and whispered in the Duchess's ear. Where is Lucille? The Duchess looked at her with a meaning smile. How should I know? She left when we did. Alone. Yes, it was all understood, wasn't it? Lady Carey laughed unpleasantly. She has fooled us, she said. Brott is here alone, knows nothing of her. The Duchess was puzzled. Well, I know nothing more than you do, she answered. Are you sure the man is telling the truth? Of course. He is the image of despair. I am sure she was in earnest, the Duchess said. When I asked her whether she should come on here, she laughed a little nervously, and said perhaps or something of that sort. The fool may have bungled it, Lady Carey said thoughtfully. I will go back to him. There's that idiot of a partner of mine. I must go and pretend to have some supper. Captain Horton found his vis-a-vis a somewhat unsatisfactory companion. She drank several glasses of champagne, ate scarcely anything, and rushed him away before he had taken the edge off his appetite. He brought her to the Duchess and went back in a huff to finish his supper alone. Lady Carey went downstairs and discovered Mr. Brott, who had scarcely moved. Have you seen anything of her? She asked. He shook his head gloomily. No, it is too late for her to come now, isn't it? Take me somewhere where we can talk, she said abruptly. One of those seats in the recess will do. He obeyed her, and they found a retired corner. Lady Carey wasted no time in fencing. I am Lucille's greatest friend, Mr. Brott, and her confidant, she said. He nodded. So I have understood. She tells me everything. He glanced towards her a little uneasily. That is comprehensive, he remarked. It is true, she answered. Lucille has told me a great deal about your friendship. Come, there is no use in our mincing words. Lucille has been badly treated years ago, and she has a perfect right to seek any consolation she may find. The old-fashioned ideas, thank goodness, do not hold any longer amongst us. It is not necessary to tie yourself for life to a man in order to procure a little diversion. I will not pretend to misunderstand you, Lady Carey, he said gravely, but I must decline to discuss the Countess of Radence in connection with such matters. Oh, come, she declared impatiently, remember that I am her friend. Yours is quite the proper attitude, but with me it doesn't matter. Now I am going to ask you a plain question. Had you any engagement with Lucille tonight? She watched him mercilessly. He was coloring like a boy. Lady Carey's thin lips curled. She had no sympathy with such amateurish love-making. Nevertheless, his embarrassment was a great relief to her. She promised to be here, he answered stiffly. Everything depends upon your being honest with me, she continued. You will see from my question that I know. Was there not something said about supper at your rooms before or after the dance? I cannot discuss this matter with you or any living person, he answered. If you know so much, why ask me? Lady Carey could have shaken the man, but she restrained herself. It is sufficient, she declared. What I cannot understand is why you are here, when Lucille is probably awaiting for you at your rooms. He started from his chair as though he had been shot. What do you mean? He exclaimed. She was too. He stopped short. Lady Carey shrugged her shoulders. Oh, written you or something, I suppose. She exclaimed. Trust an Englishman for bungling a love affair. All I can tell you is that she left Dorset House in a hansom without the others, and said something about having supper with some friends. Brott sprang to his feet and took a quick step towards the exit. It is not possible, he exclaimed. She took his arm. He almost dragged her along. Well, we are going to see, she said coolly. Tell the man to call a hansom. They drove almost in silence through the square to Pall Mall. Brott leaped out onto the pavement directly the cab pulled up. I will wait here, Lady Carey said. I only want to know that Lucille is safe. He disappeared, and she sat forward in the cab drumming idly with her forefingers upon the apron. In a few minutes he came back. His appearance was quite sufficient. He was very pale. The change in him was so ludicrous that she laughed. Get in, she said. I am going round to Dorset House. We must find out if we can what has become of her. He obeyed without comment. At Dorset House Lady Carey summoned the Duchess's own maid. Marie, she said, you were attending upon the Countess Radence tonight. Yes, my lady. At what time did she leave? At about 11, my lady. Alone? Yes, my lady. Lady Carey looked steadily at the girl. Did she take anything with her? The girl hesitated. Lady Carey frowned. It must be the truth, remember, Marie. Certainly, my lady. She took her small dressing case. Lady Carey set her teeth hard. Then with a movement of her head she dismissed the maid. She walked restlessly up and down the room. Then she stopped short with a hard little laugh. If I give way like this, she murmured, I shall be positively hideous, and after all, if she was there it was not possible for him. She stopped short, and suddenly tearing the handkerchief which she had been carrying into shreds threw the pieces upon the floor, and stamped upon them. Then she laughed shortly, and turned towards the door. Now I must go and get rid of that poor fool outside, she said. What a bungler! Brott was beside himself with impatience. Lucille is here, she announced, stepping in beside him. She has a shocking headache and has gone to bed. As a matter of fact, I believe that she was expecting to hear from you. Impossible, he answered shortly. He was beginning to distrust this woman. Never mind, you can make it up with her tomorrow. I was foolish to be anxious about her at all. Are you coming in again? They were at Carmarthen House. He handed her out. No, thanks. If you will allow me I will wish you good night. She made her way into the ballroom, and found the Prince of Saxe-Leinitzer, who was just leaving. Do you know where Lucille is? She asked. He looked up at her sharply. Where? At the Carlton Hotel, with him. He rose to his feet with slow but evil promptitude. His face just then was very unlike the face of an angel. Lady Carey laughed aloud. "Poor man," she said mockingly. "It is always the same when you and Souspenia meet." He set his teeth. "This time," he muttered, "I hold the trumps." She pointed at the clock. It was nearly 4. She was there at 11, she remarked dryly. Chapter 22. His Highness, the Prince of Saxe-Leinitzer. Dusen stood away from the door with a low bow. The prince, in the buttonhole of whose frock-coat was a large bunch of Russian violets, passed across the threshold. Mr. Sabin rose slowly from his chair. "I fear," the prince said suavely, "that I am an early visitor. I can only throw myself upon your indulgence and plead the urgency of my mission." His arrival appeared to have interrupted a late breakfast of the continental order. The small table at which Lucille and Mr. Sabin were seated was covered with roses and several dishes of wonderful fruit. A coffee equipage was before Lucille. Mr. Sabin, dressed with his usual peculiar care and looking 10 years younger, had just lit a cigarette. "We have been anticipating your visit, Prince," Mr. Sabin remarked, with grim courtesy. "Can we offer you coffee or a liqueur?" "I thank you, no," the prince answered. "I seldom take anything before lunch. Let me beg that you do not disturb yourselves. With your permission I will take this easy chair. So, that is excellent. We can now talk undisturbed." Mr. Sabin bowed. "You will find me," he said, "an excellent listener." The prince smiled in an amiable manner. His eyes were fixed upon Lucille, who had drawn her chair a little away from the table. What other woman in the world who had passed her first youth could sit thus in the slanting sunlight and remain beautiful? "I will ask you to believe," the prince said slowly, "how sincerely I regret this unavoidable interference in a domestic happiness so touching. Nevertheless, I have come for the Countess. It is necessary that she returns to Dorset House this morning." "You will oblige me," Mr. Sabin remarked, "by remembering that my wife is the Duchess de Souspenia, and by so addressing her." The prince spread out his hands, a deprecating gesture. "Alas," he said, "for the present it is not possible. Until the little affair upon which we are now engaged is finally disposed of, it is necessary that Lucille should be known by the title which she bears in her own right, or by the name of her late husband, Mr. James B. Peterson." "That little affair," Mr. Sabin remarked, "is, I presume, the matter which you have come to explain to me." The prince smiled and shook his head. "Explain, my dear Duke, that is not possible. It is not within your rights to ask questions or to require any explanation as to anything which Lucille is required to do by us. You must remember that our claim upon her comes before yours. It is a claim which she cannot evade or deny. And in pursuance of it, Countess, I deeply regret having to tell you that your presence at Dorset House within the next hour is demanded." Lucille made no answer, but looked across the table at Mr. Sabin with a little grimace. "It is a comedy," she murmured. "After all, it is a comedy." Mr. Sabin fingered his cigarette thoughtfully. "I believe," he said, "that the Duchess realizes her responsibilities in this matter. I myself have no wish to deny them. As ordinary members we are both pledged to absolute obedience. I therefore place no embargo upon the return of my wife to Dorset House. But there are certain conditions, Prince, that considering the special circumstances of the case I feel impelled to propose." "I can recognize," the prince said, "no conditions." "They are very harmless," Mr. Sabin continued calmly. "The first is that in a friendly way, and of course under the inviolable law of secrecy, you explain to me for what part Lucille is cast in this little comedy. The next that I be allowed to see her at reasonable intervals, and finally that she is known by her rightful name as Duchess de Souspenia." The forced urbanity which the prince had assumed fell away from him without warning. The tone of his reply was almost a sneer. "I repeat," he said, "that I can recognize no conditions. It is perhaps," Mr. Sabin continued, "the wrong word to use. We submit to your authority, but you and I are well aware that your discretionary powers are large. I ask you to use them." "And I," the prince said, "refuse. Let me add that I intend to prevent any recurrence of your little adventure of last night. Lucille shall not see you again until her task is over. And as for you, my dear Duke, I desire only your absence. I do not wish to hurt your feelings, but your name has been associated in the past with too many failures to inspire us with any confidence in engaging you as an ally. Countess, a carriage from Dorset House awaits you." But Lucille sat still, and Mr. Sabin rose slowly to his feet. "I thank you, Prince," he said, "for throwing away the mask. Fighting is always better without the buttons. It is true that I have failed more than once, but it is also true that my failures have been more magnificent than your waddle across the plane of life. As for your present authority, I challenge you to your face that you are using it to gain your private ends. What I have said to you I shall repeat to those whose place is above yours. Lucille shall go to Dorset House, but I warn you that I hold my life a slight thing where her welfare is concerned. Your hand is upon the lever of a great organization, I am only a unit in the world. Yet I would have you remember that more than once, Prince, when you and I have met with the odds in your favor, the victory has been mine. Play the game fairly, and you have nothing to fear from me but the open opposition I have promised you. Bring but the shadow of evil upon her, misuse your power but ever so slightly against her, and I warn you that I shall count the few years of life left to me a trifle, of less than no account, until you and I cry quits. The prince smiled, a fat, good-natured smile, behind which the malice was indeed well hidden. Come, come, my dear Souspenia, he declared. This is unworthy of you. It is positively melodramatic. It reminds me of the plays of my fatherland, and of your own Adelphi theatre. We should be men of the world, you and I. You must take your defeats with your victories. I can assure you that the welfare of the Countess Lucille shall be my special care. Lucille for the first time spoke. She rose from her chair and rested her hands affectionately upon her husband's shoulder. Dear Victor, she said, remember that we are in London, and, need I add, have confidence in me. The Prince of Saxe-Leinitzer and I understand one another, I believe. If we do not, it is not my fault. My presence here at this moment should prove to you how eagerly I shall look forward to the time when our separation is no longer necessary. She passed away into the inner room with a little farewell gesture, tender and regretful. Mr. Sabin resumed his seat. I believe, Prince, he said, that no good can come of any further conference between you and me. We understand one another too well. Might I suggest therefore that you permit me to ring? The prince rose to his feet. You are right, he said. The bandying of words between you and me is a waste of time. We are both of us too old at the game. But come, before I go I will do you a good turn. I will prove that I am in a generous mood. Mr. Sabin shrugged his shoulders. If anything in this world could inspire me with fear, he remarked, it would be the generosity of the Prince of Saxe-Leinitzer. The prince sighed. You always misunderstand me, he murmured. However, I will prove my words. You spoke of an appeal. Certainly, Mr. Sabin answered. I intend to impeach you for making use of the powers entrusted to you for your own private ends, in other words, for making an arbitrary misuse of your position. The prince nodded. It is very well put, he said. I shall await the result of your appeal in fear and trembling. I confess that I am very much afraid. But, come now, I am going to be generous. I am going to help you on a little. Do you know to whom your appeal must be made? To the Grand Duke, Mr. Sabin replied. The prince shook his head. Ah me, he said, how long indeed you have been absent from the world. The Grand Duke is no longer the head of our little affair. Shall I tell you who has succeeded him? I can easily find out, Mr. Sabin answered. Ah, but I warned you that I was in a generous mood, the prince said, with a smile. I will save you the trouble. With your permission I will whisper the name in your ear. It is not one which we mention lightly. He stepped forward and bent his head for a moment. Afterwards, as he drew back, the smile upon his lips broadened until he showed all his teeth. It was a veritable triumph. Mr. Sabin, taken wholly by surprise, had not been able to conceal his consternation. It is not possible, he exclaimed hoarsely. He would not dare, but in his heart he knew that the prince had spoken the truth. Chapter 23. After all, said the prince, looking up from the wine list, why cannot I be satisfied with you? And why cannot you be satisfied with me? It would save so much trouble. Lady Carey, who was slowly unwinding the white veil from her picture hat, shrugged her shoulders. My dear man, she said, you could not seriously expect me to fall in love with you. The prince sipped his wine, a cabinet hock of rare vintage, and found it good. He leaned over towards his companion. Why not? He asked. I wish that you would try, in earnest, I mean. You are capable of great things, I believe, perhaps of the great passion itself. Perhaps, she murmured derisively. And yet, he continued, there has always been in our love-making a touch of amateurishness. It is an awkward word, but I do not know how better to explain myself. I understand you perfectly, she answered. I can also, I think, explain it. It is because I never cared a rap about you. The prince did not appear altogether pleased. He curled his fair moustache, and looked deprecatingly at his companion. She had so much the air of a woman who has spoken the truth. "My dear Muriel," he protested. She looked at him insolently. "My good man," she said, "whatever you do, don't try and be sentimental. You know quite well that I have never in my life pretended to care a rap about you, except to pass the time. You are altogether too obvious. Very young girls and very old women would rave about you. You simply don't appeal to me. Perhaps I know you too well. What does it matter?" He sighed and examined a sauce critically. They were lunching at Prince's alone, at a small table near the wall. "Your taste," he remarked a little spitefully, "would be considered a trifle strange. Sauspenier carries his years well, but he must be an old man." She sipped her wine thoughtfully. "Old or young," she said, "he is a man, and all my life I have loved men, strong men. To have him here opposite to me at this moment, mine, belonging to me, the slave of my will, I would give, well, I would give, a year of my life, my new tiara, anything." "What a pity," he murmured, "that we cannot make an exchange, you and I, Lucille and he." "Ah, Lucille," she murmured. "Well, she is beautiful. That goes for much. And she has the grand air. But, heavens, how stupid." "Stupid," he repeated doubtfully. She drummed nervously upon the tablecloth with her fingers. "Oh, not stupid in the ordinary way, of course, but yet a fool. I should like to see man or devil try and separate us if I belonged to him, until I was tired of him. That would come, of course. It comes always. It is the hideous part of life." "You look always," he said, "a little too far forward. It is a mistake. After all, it is the present only which concerns us." "Admirable philosophy," she laughed scornfully, "but when one is bored to death in the present one must look forward or backward for consolation." He continued his lunch in silence for a while. "I am rebuked," he said. There came a pause in the courses. He looked at her critically. She was very handsomely dressed in a walking costume of dove-colored gray. The ostrich feathers which drooped from her large hat were almost priceless. She had the undeniable air of being a person of breeding. But she was paler even than usual. Her hair, notwithstanding its careful arrangement, gave signs of being a little thin in front. There were wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She knew these things, but she bore his inspection with indifference. "I wonder," he said reflectively, "what we men see in you. You have plenty of admirers. They say that Grefton got himself shot out at the front because you treated him badly. Yet, you are not much to look at, are you?" She laughed at him. Hers was never a pleasant laugh, but this time it was at least natural. "How discriminating," she declared. "I am an ugly woman, and men of taste usually prefer ugly women. Then I am always well dressed. I know how to wear my clothes. And I have a shocking reputation. A really wicked woman, I once heard pious old Lady Surbiton call me. Dear old thing. It did me no end of good. Then I have the very great advantage of never caring for any one more than a few days together. Men find that annoying. You have violent fancies," he remarked, "and strange ones." "Perhaps," she admitted. "They concern no one except myself. This Sauspenier craze, for instance." She nodded. "Well, you can't say that I'm not honest. It is positively my only virtue. I adore the truth. I loathe a lie. That is one reason, I dare say, why I can only barely tolerate you. You are a shocking, a gross liar." "Muriel." "Oh, don't look at me like that," she exclaimed irritably. "You must hear the truth sometimes. And now, please remember that I came to lunch with you to hear about your visit this morning." The prince gnawed his moustache, and the light in his eyes was not a pleasant thing to see. This woman with her reckless life, her odd fascination, her brusque hatred of affectations, was a constant torment to him. If only he could once get her thoroughly into his power. "My visit," he said, "was wholly successful. It could not well be otherwise. Lucille has returned to Dorset House. Sauspenier is confounded altogether by a little revelation which I ventured to make." He spoke of an appeal. "I let him know with whom he would have to deal. I left him nerveless and crushed. He can do nothing save by open revolt. And if he tries that, well, there will be no more of this wonderful Mr. Sabin." "Altogether a triumph to you," she remarked scornfully. "Oh, I know the sort of thing. But, after all, my dear Ferdinand, what of last night? I hate the woman, but she played the game, and played it well. We were fooled, both of us. And to think that I—" She broke off with a short laugh. The prince looked at her curiously. Perhaps, he said, you had some idea of consoling the desolate husband. Perhaps I had, she answered coolly. It didn't come off, did it? Order me some coffee, and give me a cigarette, my friend. I have something else to say to you. He obeyed her, and she leaned back in the high chair. Listen to me, she said. I have nothing whatever to do with you and Lucille. I suppose you will get your revenge on Souspenia through her. It won't be like you if you don't try, and you ought to have the game pretty well in your own hands. But I won't have Souspenia harmed. You understand. He shrugged his shoulders. Souspenia, he said, must take care. If he oversteps the bounds he must pay the penalty. She leaned forward. There was a look in her face which he knew very well. You and I understand one another, she said coolly. If you want me for an enemy you can have me. Very likely I shall tell you before long that you can do what you like with a man. But until I do it will be very dangerous for you if harm comes to him. It is no use, he answered doggedly. If he attacks he must be silenced. If he attacks, she answered, you must give me 24 hours clear notice before you move a hand against him. Afterwards, well, we will discuss that. You had better, he said, looking at her with an ugly gleam in his eyes, persuade him to take you for a little tour on the continent. It would be safer. If he would come, she said coolly, I would go tomorrow. But he won't, just yet. Never mind. You have heard what I wanted to say. Now shall we go? I am going to get some sleep this afternoon. Everybody tells me that I look like a ghost. Why not come to Grosvenor Square with me? He leaning a little across the table. Petov shall make you some Russian tea, and afterwards you shall sleep as long as you like. How idyllic, she answered, with a faint sarcastic smile. It goes to my heart to decline so charming an invitation. But, to tell you the truth, it would bore me excessively. He muttered something under his breath which startled the waiter at his elbow. Then he followed her out of the room. She paused for a few moments in the portico to finish buttoning her gloves. Many thanks for my lunch, she said, nodding to him carelessly. I'm sure I've been a delightful companion. You have been a very tormenting one, he answered gloomily as he followed her out onto the pavement. You should try Lucille, she suggested maliciously. He stood by her side while they waited for her carriage, and looked at her critically. Her slim, elegant figure had never seemed more attractive to him. Even the insolence of her tone and manner had an odd sort of fascination. He tried to hold for a moment the fingers which grasped her skirt. I think, he whispered, that after you Lucille would be dull. She laughed. That is because Lucille has morals and a conscience, she said, and I have neither. But, dear me, how much more comfortably one gets on without them. No, thank you, Prince. My coupe is only built for one. Remember. She flung him a careless nod from the window. The prince remained on the pavement until after the little brougham had driven away. Then he smiled softly to himself as he turned to follow it. No, he said, I think not. I think that she will not get our good friend Souspenia. We shall see. Chapter 24. A barely furnished man's room, comfortable, austere, scholarly. The refuge of a busy man, to judge by the piles of books and papers which littered the large open writing table. There were dispatch boxes turned upside down, a sea of parchment and foolscap. In the midst of it all a man deep in thought. A visitor, entering with the freedom of an old acquaintance, laid his hand upon his shoulder and greeted him with an air of suppressed enthusiasm. Planning the campaign, eh, Brot? Or is that a handbook to court etiquette? You will need it within the week. There are all sorts of rumors at the clubs. Brot shook himself free from his fit of apathetic reflection. He would not have dared to tell his visitor where his thoughts had been for the last half hour. Somehow, he said, I do not think that little trip to Windsor will come just yet. The king will never send for me unless he is compelled. His visitor, an ex-cabinet minister, a pronounced radical and a lifelong friend of Brot's, shrugged his shoulders. That time, he said, is very close at hand. He will send for Letheringham first, of course, and great pressure will be brought to bear upon him to form a ministry. But without you he will be helpless. He has not the confidence of the people. Without me, Brot repeated slowly. You think then that I should not accept office with Letheringham? His visitor regarded him steadily for a moment, open-mouthed, obviously taken aback. Brot, are you in your right senses? He asked incredulously. Do you know what you are saying? Brot laughed a little nervously. This is a great issue, Graham, he said. I will confess that I am in an undecided state. I am not sure that the country is in a sufficiently advanced state for our propaganda. Is this really our opportunity, or is it only the shadow of what is to come thrown before? If we show our hand too soon, all is lost for this generation. Don't look at me as though I were insane, Graham. Remember that the country is only just free from a long era of conservative rule. The better our opportunity, Graham answered vigorously. 2 decades of puppet government are enervating, I admit, but they only pave the way more surely to the inevitable reaction. What is the matter with you, Brott? Are you ill? This is the great moment of our lives. You must speak at Manchester and Birmingham within this week. Glasgow is already preparing for you. Everything and everybody waits for your judgment. Good God, man, it's magnificent. Where's your enthusiasm? Within a month you must be Prime Minister, and we will show the world the way to a new era. Brott sat quite still. His friend's words had stirred him for the moment. Yet he seemed the victim of a curious indecision. Graham leaned over towards him. Brott, old friend, he said, you are not ill. Brott shook his head. I am perfectly well, he said. Graham hesitated. It is a delicate thing to mention, he said. Perhaps I shall pass even the bounds of our old comradeship. But you have changed. Something is wrong with you. What is it? There is nothing, Brott answered, looking up. It is your fancy. I am well enough. Graham's face was dark with anxiety. This is no idle curiosity of mine, he said. You know me better than that. But the cause which is nearer my heart than life itself is at stake. Brott, you are the people's man, their promised redeemer. Think of them, the toilers, the oppressed, God's children, groaning under the iniquitous laws of generations of evil statesmanship. It is the dawn of their new day, their faces are turned to you. Man, can't you hear them crying? You can't fail them. You mustn't. I don't know what is the matter with you, Brott, but away with it. Free yourself, man. Brott sighed wearily, but already there was a change in him. His face was hardening, the lines in his face deepened. Graham continued hastily, eagerly. Public men, he said, are always at the mercy of the halfpenny press, but you know, Brott, your appearance so often in society lately has set men's tongues wagging. There is no harm done, but it is time to stop them. You are right to want to understand these people. You must go down amongst them. It has been slumming in Mayfair for you, I know. But have done with it now. It is these people we are going to fight. Let it be open war. Let 'em hear your program at Glasgow. We don't want another French Revolution, but it is going to be war against the drones, fierce, merciless war. You must break with them, Brott, once and forever. And the time is now. Brott held out his hand across the table. No one but this one man could have read the struggle in his face. You are right, Graham. I thank you. I thank you as much for what you have left unsaid as for what you have said. I was a fool to think of compromising. Letheringham is a nerveless leader. We should have gone pottering on for another 7 years. Thank God that you came when you did. See here. He tossed him over a letter. Graham's cheek paled as he read. Already, he murmured. Brott nodded. Read it. Graham devoured every word. His eyes lit up with excitement. My prophecy exactly, he exclaimed, laying it down. It is as I said. He cannot form the ministry without you. His letter is abject. He gives himself away. It is an entreaty. And your answer has not yet gone, Brott said. You shall write it yourself if you like. I am thankful that you came when you did. You were hesitating, Graham exclaimed. I was. Graham looked at him in wonder, and Brott faced him sturdily. It seems like treason to you, Graham, he said. So it does to me now. I want nothing in the future to come between us, he continued more slowly, and I should like if I can to expunge the memory of this interview. And so I am going to tell you the truth. Graham held out his hand. Don't, he said. I can forget without. Brott shook his head. No, he said. You had better understand everything. The halfpenny press told the truth. Yet only half the truth. I have been to all these places, wasted my time, wasted their time, from a purely selfish reason, to be near the only woman I have ever cared for, the woman, Graham. I knew it, Graham murmured. I fought against the belief, I thought that I had stifled it. But I knew it all the time. If I have seemed lukewarm sometimes of late, Brott said, there is the cause. She is an aristocrat, and my politics are hateful to her. She has told me so seriously, playfully, angrily. She has let me feel it in 100 ways. She has drawn me into discussions and shown the utmost horror of my views. I have cared for her all my life, and she knows it. And I think, Graham, that lately she has been trying constantly, persistently, to tone down my opinions. She has let me understand that they are a bar between us. And it is a horrible confession, Graham, but I believe that I was wavering. This invitation from Letheringham seemed such a wonderful opportunity for compromise. This must never go out of the room, Graham said hoarsely. It would ruin your popularity. They would never trust you again. I shall tell no one else, Brott said. And it is over, Graham demanded eagerly. It is over. The Duke of Dorset, who entertained for his party, gave a great dinner that night at Dorset House, and towards its close the Prince of Saxe-Leinitzer, who was almost the only non-political guest, moved up to his host in response to an eager summons. The Duke was perturbed. You have heard the news, Saxe-Leinitzer. I did not know of any news, the Prince answered. What is it? Brott has refused to join with Letheringham in forming a ministry. It is rumoured even that a coalition was proposed, and that Brott would have nothing to do with it. The Prince looked into his wineglass. Ah, he said. This is disturbing news, the Duke continued. You do not seem to appreciate its significance. The Prince looked up again. Perhaps not, he said. You shall explain to me. Brott refuses to compromise, the Duke said. He stands for a ministry of his own selection. Heaven only knows what mischief this may mean. His doctrines are thoroughly revolutionary. He is an iconoclast with a genius for destruction. But he has the ear of the people. He is today their Renzi. The Prince nodded. And Lucille, he remarked. What does she say? I have not spoken to her, the Duke answered. The news has only just come. We will speak to her, the Prince said, together. Afterwards in the library there was a sort of informal meeting, and their opportunity came. So you have failed, Countess, her host said, knitting his grey brows at her. She smilingly acknowledged defeat. But I can assure you, she said, that I was very near success. Only on Monday he had virtually made up his mind to abandon the extreme party and cast in his lot with Letheringham. What has happened to change him I do not know. The Prince curled his fair moustache. It is a pity, he said, that he changed his mind. For one thing is very certain. The Duke and I are agreed upon it. A Brott ministry must never be formed. She looked up quickly. What do you mean? The Prince answered her without hesitation. If one course fails, he said, another must be adopted. I regret having to make use of means which are somewhat clumsy and obvious. But our pronouncement on this one point is final. Brott must not be allowed to form a ministry. She looked at him with something like horror in her soft full eyes. What would you do? She murmured. The Prince shrugged his shoulders. Well, he said, we are not quite medieval enough to adopt the only really sensible method and remove Mr. Brott permanently from the face of the earth. We should stop a little short of that, but I can assure you that Mr. Brott's health for the next few months is a matter for grave uncertainty. It is a pity for his sake that you failed. She bit her lip. Do you know if he is still in London? She asked. He must be on the point of leaving for Scotland, the Duke answered. If he once mounts the platform at Glasgow there will be no further chance of any compromise. He will be committed irretrievably to his campaign of anarchy. And to his own disaster, the Prince murmured. Lucille remained for a moment deep in thought. Then she looked up. If I can find him before he starts, she said hurriedly, I will make one last effort. Chapter 25. He peered forward over his desk at the tall graceful figure whose entrance had been so noiseless, and whose footsteps had been so light that she stood almost within a few feet of him before he was even aware of her presence. Then his surprise was so great that he could only gasp out her name. You, Lucille. She smiled upon him delightfully. Me, Lucille. Don't blame your servant. I assured him that I was expected, so he allowed me to enter unannounced. His astonishment was a delightful testimony to your reputation, by the by. He was evidently not used to these invasions. Brott had recovered himself by this time, and if any emotion still remained he was master of it. You must forgive my surprise, he said. You have of course something important to say to me. Will you not loosen your cloak? She unfastened the clasp and seated herself in his most comfortable chair. The firelight flashed and glittered on the silver ornaments of her dress. Her neck and arms, with their burden of jewels, gleamed like porcelain in the semi-darkness outside the halo of his student lamp. And he saw that her dark hair hung low behind in graceful folds as he had once admired it. He stood a little apart, and she noted his traveling clothes and the various signs of a journey about the room. You may be glad to see me, she remarked, looking at him with a smile. You don't look it. I am anxious to hear your news, he answered. I am convinced that you have something important to say to me. Supposing, she answered, still looking at him steadily, supposing I were to say that I had no object in coming here at all, that it was merely a whim. What should you say then? I should take the liberty, he answered quietly, of doubting the evidence of my senses. There was a moment's silence. She felt his aloofness. It awoke in her some of the enthusiasm with which this mission itself had failed to inspire her. This man was measuring his strength against hers. It was not altogether a whim, she said, her eyes falling from his, and yet, now I am here, it does not seem easy to say what was in my mind. He glanced towards the clock. I fear, he said, that it may sound ungallant, but in case this somewhat mysterious mission of yours is of any importance I had better perhaps tell you that in 20 minutes I must leave to catch the Scotch mail. She rose at once to her feet, and swept her cloak haughtily around her. I have made a mistake, she said. Be so good as to pardon my intrusion. I shall not trouble you again. She was halfway across the room. She was at the door, her hand was upon the handle. He was white to the lips, his whole frame was shaking with the effort of intense repression. He kept silence, till only a flutter of her cloak was to be seen in the doorway. And then the cry which he had tried so hard to stifle broke from his lips. Lucille, Lucille. She hesitated, and came back, looking at him, so he thought, with trembling lips and eyes soft with unshed tears. I was a brute, he murmured. I ought to be grateful for this chance of seeing you once more, of saying goodbye to you. Goodbye, she repeated. Yes, he said gravely. It must be goodbye. I have a great work before me, and it will cut me off completely from all association with your world and your friends. Something wider and deeper than an ocean will divide us. Something so wide that our hands will never reach across. You can talk about it very calmly, she said, without looking at him. I have been disciplining myself, he answered. She rested her face upon her hand, and looked into the fire. I suppose, she said, this means that you have refused Mr. Leatheringham's offer. I have refused it, he answered. I am sorry, she said simply. She rose from her chair with a sudden start, began to draw on her cloak, and then let it fall altogether from her shoulders. Why do you do this? She asked earnestly. Is it that you are so ambitious? You used not to be so, in the old days. He laughed bitterly. You too, then, he said, can remember. Ambitious. Well, why not? To be Premier of England, to stand for the people, to carry through to its logical consummation a bloodless revolution, surely this is worthwhile. Is there anything in the world better worth having than power? Yes, she answered, looking him full in the eyes. What is it then? Let me know before it is too late. Love. He threw his arms about her. For a moment she was powerless in his grasp. So be it then, he cried fiercely. Give me the one, and I will deny the other. Only no half measures. I will drink to the bottom of the cup or not at all. She shook herself free from him, breathless, consumed with an anger to which she dared not give voice. For a moment or two she was speechless. Her bosom rose and fell, a bright streak of color flared in her cheeks. Brot stood away from her, white and stern. You are clumsy, she said. You frighten me. Her words carried no conviction. He looked at her with a new suspicion. You talk like a child, he answered roughly, or else your whole conduct is a fraud. For months I have been your slave. I have abandoned my principles, given you my time, followed at your heels like a tame dog. And for what? You will not marry me, you will not commit yourself to anything. You are a past mistress in the art of binding fools to your chariot wheels. You know that I love you, that there breathes on this earth no other woman for me but you. I have told you this in all save words 100 times. And now it is my turn. I have been played with long enough. You are here unbidden, unexpected. You can consider that door locked. Now tell me why you came. Lucille had recovered herself. She stood before him, white but calm. Because, she said, I am a woman. That means that you came without reason, on impulse. He asked. I came, she said, because I heard that you were about to take a step which must separate us forever. And that, he asked, disturbed you. Yes. Come, we are drawing nearer together, he said, a kindling light in his eyes. Now answer me this. How much do you care if this eternal separation does come? Here am I on the threshold of action. Unless I change my mind within 10 minutes I must throw in my lot with those whom you and your order loathe and despise. There can be no half measures. I must be their leader, or I must vanish from the face of the political world. This I will do if you bid me. But the price must be yourself, wholly, without reservation, yourself, body and soul. You care, as much as that. She murmured. Ask me no questions, answer mine. He cried fiercely. You shall stay with me here, or in 5 minutes I leave on my campaign. She laughed musically. This is positively delicious, she exclaimed. I am being made love to in medieval fashion. Other times other manners, sir. Will you listen to reason? I will listen to nothing, save your answer, yes or no, he declared, drawing on his overcoat. She laid her hand upon his shoulder. Reginald, she said, you are like the whirlwind, and how can I answer you in 5 minutes? You can answer me in 1, he declared fiercely. Will you pay my price if I do your bidding? Yes or no? The price is yourself. Now, yes or no? She drew on her own cloak and fastened the clasp with shaking fingers. Then she turned towards the door. I wish you goodbye and good fortune, Reginald, she said. I dare say we may not meet again. It will be better that we do not. This then is your answer, he cried. She looked around at him. Was it his fancy, or were those tears in her eyes? Or was she really so wonderful an actress? Do you think, she said, that if I had not cared I should have come here? Tell me that in plain words, he cried. It is all I ask. The door was suddenly opened. Graham stood upon the threshold. He looked beyond Lucille to Brott. You must really forgive me, he said, but there is barely time to catch the train, Brott. I have a hansom waiting, and your luggage is on. Brott answered nothing. Lucille held out her hands to him. Yes or no? He asked her in a low hoarse tone. You must, give me time. I don't want to lose you. He caught up his coat. Coming, Graham, he said firmly. Countess, I must beg your pardon 10,000 times for this abrupt departure. My servants will call your carriage. She leaned towards him, beautiful, anxious, alluring. Reginald, yes or no, he whispered in her ear. Give me until tomorrow, she faltered. Not 1 moment, he answered. Yes, now, this instant, or I go. Brott, my dear man, we have not a second to lose. You hear? He muttered. Yes or no? She trembled. Give me until tomorrow, she begged. It is for your own sake. For your own safety. He turned on his heel. His muttered speech was profane, but inarticulate. He sprang into the hansom by Graham's side. Euston, the latter cried through the trap-door. Double fare, cabby. We must catch the Scotchman. Lucille came out a few moments later, and looked up and down the street as her brougham drove smartly up. The hansom was fast disappearing in the distance. She looked after it and sighed. Chapter 26. Lucille gave a little start of amazement as she realized that she was not alone in the brougham. She reached out for the check cord, but a strong hand held hers. My dear Lucille, a familiar voice exclaimed, why this alarm? Is it your nerves or your eyesight which is failing you? Her hand dropped. She turned towards him. It is you, then, Prince, she said. But why are you here? I do not understand. The prince shrugged his shoulders. It is so simple, he said. We are all very anxious indeed to hear the result of your interview with Brott, and apart from that, I personally have too few opportunities to act as your escort to let a chance go by. I trust that my presence is not displeasing to you. She laughed a little uneasily. It is at any rate unnecessary, she answered. But since you are here I may as well make my confession. I have failed. It is incredible, the prince murmured. As you will, but it is true, she answered. I have done my very best, or rather my worst, and the result has been failure. Mr. Brott has a great friend, a man named Graham, whose influence prevailed against mine. He has gone to Scotland. That is serious news, the prince said quietly. Lucille leaned back amongst the cushions. After all, she declared, we are all out of place in this country. There is no scope whatever for such schemes and intrigues as you and all the rest of them delight in. In France and Russia, even in Austria, it is different. The working of all great organization there is underground. It is easy enough to meet plot by counterplot, to suborn, to deceive, to undermine. But here all the great games of life seem to be played with the cards upon the table. We are hopelessly out of place. I cannot think, Prince, what ill chance led you to ever contemplate making your headquarters in London. The prince stroked his long moustache. That is all very well, Lucille, he said, but you must remember that in England we have very large subscriptions to the order. These people will not go on paying for nothing. There was a meeting of the London branch a few months ago, and it was decided that unless some practical work was done in this country, all English subscriptions should cease. We had no alternative but to come over and attempt something. Brod is of course the beat Neuer of our friends here. He is distinctly the man to be struck at. And what evil stroke of fortune, Lucille asked, induced you to send for me? That is a very cruel speech, dear lady, the prince murmured. I hope, Lucille said, that you have never for a moment imagined that I find any pleasure in what I am called upon to do. Why not? It must be interesting. You can have had no sympathy with Brod, a hopeless plebeian, a very paragon of Anglo-Saxon stupidity. Lucille laughed scornfully. Reginald Brod is a man, at any rate, and an honest one, she answered. But I am too selfish to think much of him. It is myself whom I pity. I have a home, prince, and a husband. I want 'em both. You amaze me, the prince said slowly. Lucille, indeed, you amaze me. You have been buried alive for 3 years. Positively we believed that our summons would sound to you like a message from heaven. Lucille was silent for a moment. She rubbed the mist from the carriage window and looked out into the streets. Well, she said, I hope that you realize now how completely you have misunderstood me. I was perfectly happy in America. I have been perfectly miserable here. I suppose that I have grown too old for intrigues and adventures. Too old, Lucille, the prince murmured, leaning a little towards her. Lucille, you are the most beautiful woman in London. Many others may have told you so, but there is no one, Lucille, who is so devotedly, so hopelessly your slave as I. She drew her hand away, and sat back in her corner. The man's hot breath fell upon her cheek, his eyes seemed almost phosphorescent in the darkness. Lucille could scarcely keep the biting words from her tongue. You do not answer me, Lucille. You do not speak even a single kind word to me. Come, surely we are old friends. We should understand one another. It is not a great deal that I ask from your kindness, not a great deal to you, but it is all the difference between happiness and misery for me. This is a very worn-out game, Prince, Lucille said coldly. You have been making love to women in very much the same manner for 20 years, and well, to be frank, I am utterly weary of being made love to like a doll. Laugh at me as you will, my husband is the only man who interests me in the slightest. My failure today is almost welcome to me. It has at least brought my work here to a close. Come, Prince, if you want to earn my eternal gratitude, tell me now that I am a free woman. You give me credit, the prince said slowly, for great generosity. If I let you go, it seems to me that I shall lose you altogether. You will go to your husband. He will take you away. Why not? Lucille asked. I want to go. I am tired of London. You cannot lose what you never possessed, what you never had the slightest chance of possessing. The prince laughed softly, not a pleasant laugh, not even a mirthful one. Dear lady, he said, you speak not wisely. For I am very much in earnest when I say that I love you, and until you are kinder to me I shall not let you go. That is rather a dangerous threat, is it not? Lucille asked. You dare to tell me openly that you will abuse your position, that you will keep me bound a servant to the cause, because of this foolish fancy of yours. The prince smiled at her through the gloom, a white, set smile. It is no foolish fancy, Lucille. You will find that out before long. You have been cold to me all your life. Yet you would find me a better friend than enemy. If I am to choose, she said steadily, I shall choose the latter. As you will, he answered. In time you will change your mind. The carriage had stopped. The prince alighted and held out his hand. Lucille half rose, and then with her foot upon the step she paused and looked around. Where are we? She exclaimed. This is not Dorset House. No, we are in Grosvenor Square, the prince answered. I forgot to tell you that we have a meeting arranged for here this evening. Permit me. But Lucille resumed her seat in the carriage. It is your house, is it not? She asked. Yes, my house assuredly. Very well, Lucille said. I will come in when the Duchess of Dorset shows herself at the window or the front door, or Felix, or even de Bruyere. The prince still held open the carriage door. They will all be here, he assured her. We are a few minutes early. Then I will drive round to Dorset House and fetch the Duchess. It is only a few yards. The prince hesitated. His cheeks were very white, and something like a scowl was blackening his heavy, insipid face. Lucille, he said, you are very foolish. It is not much I ask of you, but that little I will have, or I pledge my word to it that things shall go ill with you and your husband. There is plain speech for you. Do not be absurd. Come within, and let us talk. What do you fear? The house is full of servants, and the carriage can wait for you here. Lucille smiled at him, a maddening smile. I am not a child, she said, and such conversations as I am forced to hold with you will not be under your own roof. Be so good as to tell the coachman to drive to Dorset House. The prince turned on his heel with a furious oath. He can drive you to hell, he answered thickly. Lucille found the Duchess and Lady Carey together at Dorset House. She looked from one to the other. I thought that there was a meeting tonight, she remarked. The Duchess shook her head. Not tonight, she answered. It would not be possible. General Dolinsky is dining at Marlborough House, and de Brulé is in Paris. Now tell us all about Mr. Brott. He has gone to Scotland, Lucille answered. I have failed. Lady Carey looked up from the depths of the chair in which she was lounging. And the prince? She asked. He went to meet you. He also failed, Lucille answered. Chapter 27. Mr. Sabin drew a little breath, partly of satisfaction because he had discovered the place he sought, and partly of disgust at the neighborhood in which he found himself. Nevertheless, he descended 3 steps from the court into which he had been directed, and pushed open the swing door, behind which Emile Sachs announced his desire to supply the world with dinners at 8d and vin ordinaire at 4d the small bottle. A stout black-eyed woman looked up at his entrance from behind the counter. The place was empty. What does monsieur require? She asked, peering forward through the gloom with some suspicion. For the 8-penny dinners were the scorn of the neighborhood, and strangers were rare in the wine shop of Emile Sachs. Mr. Sabin smiled. One of your excellent omelettes, my good Annette, he answered, if your hand has not lost its cunning. She gave a little cry. It is monsieur, she exclaimed. After all these years it is monsieur. Ah, you will pardon that I did not recognize you. This place is a cellar. Monsieur has not changed. In the daylight one would know him anywhere. The woman talked fast, but even in that dim light Mr. Sabin knew quite well that she was shaking with fear. He could see the corners of her mouth twitch. Her black eyes rolled incessantly, but refused to meet his. Mr. Sabin frowned. You are not glad to see me, Annette. She leaned over the counter. For monsieur's own sake, she whispered, go. Mr. Sabin stood quite still for a short space of time. Can I rest in there for a few minutes? He asked, pointing to the door which led into the room beyond. The woman hesitated. She looked up at the clock and down again. Emile will return, she said, at 3. Monsieur were best out of the neighborhood before then. For 10 minutes it might be safe. Mr. Sabin passed forward. The woman lifted the flap of the counter and followed him. Within was a smaller room, far cleaner and better appointed than the general appearance of the place promised. Mr. Sabin seated himself at one of the small tables. The linen cloth, he noticed, was spotless, the cutlery and appointments polished and clean. This, I presume, he remarked, is not where you serve the 8-penny table. The woman shrugged her shoulders. But it would not be possible, she answered. We have no customers for that. If one arrives we put together a few scraps. But one must make a pretense. Monsieur understands. Mr. Sabin nodded. I will take, he said, a small glass of Fin champagne. She vanished, and reappeared almost immediately with a brandy in a quaintly cut liqueur glass. A glance at the clock as she passed seemed to have increased her anxiety. If monsieur will drink his liqueur and depart, she prayed. Indeed, it will be for the best. Mr. Sabin set down his glass. His steadfast gaze seemed to reduce Annette into a state of nervous panic. Annette, he said, they have placed me upon the list. It is true, monsieur, she answered. Why do you come here? I wanted to know first for certain that they had ventured so far, Mr. Sabin said. I believe that I am only the second person in this country who has been so much honored. The woman drew nearer to him. Monsieur, she said, your only danger is to venture into such parts as these. London is so safe, and the law is merciless. They only watch. They will attempt nothing. Do not leave England. There is here no machinery of criminals. Besides, the life of monsieur is insured. Insured, Mr. Sabin remarked quietly. That is good news. And who pays the premium? A great lady, monsieur. I know no more. Monsieur must go indeed. He has found his way into the only place in London where he is not safe. Mr. Sabin rose. You were expecting, perhaps, he said, one of my friends from the. She interrupted him. It is true, she declared. He may be here at any instant. The time is already up. Oh, monsieur, indeed it would not do for him to find you. Mr. Sabin moved towards the door. You are perhaps right, he said regretfully, although I should much like to hear about this little matter of life insurance while I am here. Indeed, monsieur, Annette declared, I know nothing. There is nothing which I can tell monsieur. Mr. Sabin suddenly leaned forward. His gaze was compelling. His tone was low but terrible. Annette, he said, obey me. Send Emile here. The woman trembled, but she did not move. Mr. Sabin lifted his forefinger and pointed slowly to the door. The woman's lips parted, but she seemed to have lost the power of speech. Send Emile here, Mr. Sabin repeated slowly. Annette turned and left the room, groping her way to the door as though her eyesight had become uncertain. Mr. Sabin lit a cigarette and looked for a moment carefully into the small liqueur glass out of which he had drunk. That was unwise, he said softly to himself. Just such a blunder might have cost me everything. He held it up to the light and satisfied himself that no dregs remained. Then he took from his pocket a tiny little revolver, and placing it on the table before him, covered it with his handkerchief. Almost immediately a door at the farther end of the room opened and closed. A man in dark clothes, small, unnaturally pale, with deep-set eyes and nervous, twitching mouth, stood before him. Mr. Sabin smiled a welcome at him. Good morning, Emile Sachs, he said. I am glad that you have shown discretion. Stand there in the light, please, and fold your arms. Thanks. Do not think that I am afraid of you, but I like to talk comfortably. I am at monsieur's service, the man said in a low tone. Exactly. Now, Emile, before starting to visit you I left a little note behind addressed to the chief of the police here. No, you need not start, to be sent to him only if my return were unduly delayed. You can guess what that note contained. It is not necessary for us to revert to unpleasant subjects. The man moistened his dry lips. It is not necessary, he repeated. Monsieur is as safe here, from me, as at his own hotel.